supernatural grace of God. And just to kind of maybe hang on that last phrase, that everything I do by the supernatural grace of God, we that's something I think that is really critical work that we do in homeless services, in rescue, in recovery, in building relationships with both our guests and our staff and community leaders and elected officials, that the supernatural God is living and breathing and all of those things. If we are actually acknowledging that it's there whether we know it or not. But if we acknowledge that it's there, we can actually see more fruit come from that, because we're bringing it, we're talking about it, we're being open about it, we're being bold about it. And so that is something that as a ministry, we say this a lot, that we are, yes, we're a business, yes, we're an employer, yes, we're an organization, but at the base of who we are is we are a ministry, and our purpose, built into the foundational concepts of the Open Door mission, is to provide for the physical and spiritual needs of individuals who are struggling in our community. So when we recognize that the grace of God is part of every single thing that we do, we know that miracles are going to happen, not because of anything we're doing, but because we're inviting the Spirit to do its work. So we get to see that every day. We often say things like, we can't take miracles for granted here because they happen so much. Sometimes it feels like it's just another day. So it's always it's a good reminder that we want to acknowledge the miracles as they happen. Miracles that we see include, parents reconnecting with children for the first time in 10 years because they were battling addiction for so long. Moms reunite kids after they had lost custody because of the issues that they were struggling with. And even like someone obtaining an ID, a photo ID for the first time in their life, and maybe they're 40 years old. Those little things like that can often feel like and actually be miracles for people that have been struggling for a long time. So we like to see things that work. We're going to be inviting we've already invited. We have several people coming in to do interviews this morning. We started the day bright and early with Bob Lonsberry paid us a visit in the 4 o'clock hour. We had Captain, who is our chaplain and product of our programs, come through at he was here at maybe around 5:30. The hours are all blurring together, so I don't really know. It's been a long time. But yeah, so we have a bunch of interviews coming up, and we're going to talk a little bit about, we're going to get into some of the weeds of some higher level kind of thought processes about things like if and when the government reopens the HUD-NOFA, the recent executive order on homelessness, and what are some of the implications of those things, and how could they impact this community? Those discussions will not be for political purposes. They really are just to take a clear look at what we're facing, what could happen, and look at some of the positive outcomes that might come from these things, and also some of the challenges we might see. But I think more importantly, we want to make sure we're not being too hasty in taking an extreme opinion either way on what we may be seeing in terms of shifts in policy and shifts in administrative priorities as some of these things are rolled out and implemented. So we will take a short break and then prepare for our first interview. Let me cut the mic. I think I'm actually starting to lose my voice a little bit.
Testing. Can you hear me? Great.
I don't know that Ashley would actually need them.
I think she did too.
Yes, they did.
Remember that time in the staff meeting? I was like, I've been told I'm quiet. Can everybody hear me? And you're like, who told you you're quiet? I was like, my dad. But I've since learned that it's just the pitch of my voice that my dad can't hear. And I was like, is that a fancy way of saying selective hearing? It's on. Yeah, is it? I see blue. It's flashing. Is it supposed to be flashing or it's supposed to be solid? Okay.
Maybe it's battery. Test.
Okay. Well, I know earlier in the week you were worried it was going to start raining, so.
Well, last week it was scheduled to be like yesterday. Yesterday was going to. We're on. We're good.
Yeah. Okay.
It was supposed to be like today was going to be the first day of rain we've had, and then that got moved to Tuesday. So we still didn't get enough rain, but at least
Well,
it didn't happen yesterday. Or
At
less.
least it didn't happen the last 24 hours.
Right.
God
Yep.
was on our side.
Yes.
He pulled through.
Right. Okay, we are back, and with me now is Ashley, who is our VP of HR.
Morning, everyone.
Okay, you're gonna have to remind me because we talked a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
And everything's kind of like blurring together at this point. We talked about a little bit about your background and how we talked about me recruiting
Yeah.
you and all that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've gone through that, but maybe different people are watching it. So talk a little bit about your connection with Open Door and what you do.
So Anna and I feel like decades ago now,
Mhm.
but not really.
But probably a decade ago.
At least
At least a decade.
At least a
Oh, I was
decade
going to
ago.
say it is more than a decade. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we used to volunteer together locally, and we were in a women's group together. And I was at the county at the time, finishing up my master's degree, and back in I think it was probably the end of 2015,
Mhm.
we first started really talking
Okay.
about me coming to the Open Door mission, and position opened up in spring of 16, and I've been here ever since.
So
Yeah.
coming up on 10 years here. Wow.
Coming up on 10 years here, yeah.
Okay.
So when I first started, we had about 35 employees,
Yep.
and we've since doubled that and
Yeah.
tripled our building footprint. And it
Yep.
keeps telling us that no more buildings, and we've told her to stop speaking. Because every time she says that, God blesses us with another building.
We haven't bought a building in like 2 years.
Make note of that, everyone. By the end of the year, we'll probably have a new one.
Oh, God help us if we do. Okay. All right. Okay. So why don't you talk a little bit about, you're in HR, we talked last night about being in HR, but you also, lead Bible studies. And so you try to really branch out of that role, to show people kind of the other sides. But talk a little bit about what you're seeing in that HR role as what are the biggest challenges you're seeing in HR right now? Interagency, and I know you're involved with SHRM and you're in leadership roles that, so in what the community is seeing too, maybe.
Yeah. So I think that the two biggest things, several years ago, I mean, it was definitely recruiting and retention, and we're still seeing a lot of that during the pandemic. A big part of it, a lot of people, at least in the HR world, have probably heard, the term, ghost, a lot of ghosting.
Yes.
The just. Sorry, I'm distracted by the city trucks.
Yes.
And just incredibly high turnover. And but the last few years specifically, while those still remain a challenge, it's mental health and benefits, and especially in the mental
health for employees.
Mental health for employees, yeah. So now, as you've been talking the last um, 18 hours about the root cause of homelessness and the challenges that that community is facing. We're seeing that same challenge even among our employees, and as the benefit landscape gets more and more expensive, I think it's really just it's access.
Yeah.
In the same vein that our clients are having challenges with access to mental health services, our staff are seeing the same challenges.
Right.
So
Yeah. So if that's the case, then what should our priority be in response to that? Is it something that we should be doing as an agency? Is it something we should be advocating for?
absolutely,
what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, we're unique in that I think in nonprofits we tend to lead with our hearts. So I think we're more intentional in this space, and I think as a whole we do a good job. I think there needs to be more focus on mental health first aid, not just for our staff when it comes to working with the clients, but really with our leadership in working with their staff. I think a lot of times managers and supervisors, they lean into HR, and that's great. And we should be leading the way. But any effective policy or any effective program that a business is going to have, you really got to have the leaders buy into that approach as well.
Right.
And so I think,
and apply it within their own departments in the day-to-day.
Absolutely. I think there's a fear among managers when they see someone mention a medical need or a health need. They're afraid of discrimination, or they're afraid, they don't want to say the wrong thing. But then on the flip side, sometimes the employee is like, well, I talked with my manager and they didn't say anything to me. So the employee is feeling some kind of way, and the manager is feeling some kind of way. Now HR is coming in later to kind of bridge that gap between the employee. And so I think it really is incumbent on HR and our executive leadership to really lean into our managers and leaders and take that approach. But I think as a whole, and we talk about this with our benefit brokers every year. What could we do for health insurance? Because health insurance continues to just outpace inflation. And that's a huge gap. And as most of our staff are frontline. A lot of industries in Rochester is service-based, and so I think a lot of individuals in our community are the lower wage, in the lower wage bracket. And in New York, you can get free health care. And as as wages increase, sometimes the impact to our staff is that they lose their health insurance. And so then they move on to their employer's health insurance, and they wind up taking home less pay. So sometimes we even have employees who say, no, I don't want the I don't want the
they
can't afford it with their living. So we've been taking a lot of trying to make some intentional changes so that when our staff receive those promotions, they're actually seeing the benefit in their paycheck. So
well,
those are some things we're working on.
It's a lot to navigate.
It's a lot to navigate.
It's not as simple as just salary range, PTO, and health benefits. There are so many more aspects of HR and employment, and it's really a lot to navigate. So, but you have a good team.
Yeah, I've been working with Vanessa now for I think going on 3 years.
Yeah.
I told her she's not allowed to leave.
No, we've been saying that a lot. We've been telling everybody.
Yeah, we've got a great team here at Open Door Mission.
Yes,
so,
we do.
Everybody pulls their weight. Everybody leads with their heart, and that's that's great.
Yeah. It's a good problem to have when so many people lead with their heart that you actually have to say, all right, let's make sure that we're keeping other things in check too,
Yeah.
It's a good problem to have, as opposed to having people who we need to encourage lead with their, because on that doesn't come very naturally.
Yeah, I think that was
That's the
when I was doing my interview with Mike Hennessy. That was the challenge or I should say the charge that he gave me.
Yeah.
You know, you got to walk the line between ministry and business best practices. I mean, that's what HR is.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been an interesting journey. I've certainly learned a ton here.
So the last question is, and I know there's been many for you, but favorite mission moment.
Oh my gosh, yeah, there has been a lot.
A lot.
Now I really gotta think about that. I was in the shelter.
Men's or women's?
The women's shelter.
Okay.
It was this year, actually. It was earlier this year. And I went in to lead prayer with the ladies before lunch. And one of the ladies in the shelter, so I don't remember the Bible verse that I shared, but she asked me the Bible verse. And so I gave it to her. And she said, yeah, I really, when I hear some scripture, I like to know the reference. And I was like, that's a good spiritual discipline. And she goes, I used to go to First Assembly over on Jones Park. And I just kind of stopped and I looked at her. I grew up on Saratoga Avenue, right at the intersection of Jones Ave. And I said, oh my gosh, that was my church that I grew up in. And so she goes, yeah, I used to go every Sunday with this lady named Linda Leal, and she was huge in making sure that kids in the city were able to get access to church. Oh my gosh, I've known Linda Leal most of my life. So, and so then she told me where she lived. She lived in this house behind Dawes Alley. I just kind of stopped and I looked at her. I said, when you walked out of that house, I said, was there a house with the brown fence? And she said, there was. I said, was there a little girl across the street that you used to play with? And she said, there was. And I looked at her and I said, I'm that little girl. And so it was just kind of a great moment. Yeah. Unfortunate to see how two different, how lives can and choices bring you to that place. But it was such a powerful moment, I think, for the both of us to just kind of look at each other and be like, wow, we were childhood friends. Yeah. It was kind of
it's incredible.
It was a cool moment to pour into her. And I even remember when I was, one time I was getting ready to go hang out with her. I looked at my mom and I said, I want to pray for her. And I hope that she, is a believer someday. And I genuinely hope that for her. Yeah. So it's just kind of cool, 20 years later, 30 years later, to see that full skull moment with her. So I'd have to say that really up there as one of my favorite, favorite mission moments.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe she's watching or will watch and be reminded of that moment.
Yeah. So awesome.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And see you back here in a little bit. We do our all-staff meeting.
Our all-staff meeting. Yeah, we're trying to figure. I did mention that earlier. We are having an all-staff meeting, so we're going to be somewhere in front of the camera. I don't know where.
We'll figure that out. Robert and I will figure out.
Figure out the logistics, and we'll get it done. Get through it quickly, so that we're making people stand out for too long. But yes. Yeah. Okay.
So, awesome. Yep. All right.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay. Hey, Julio. How are you? What's
thinking about you? Have you seen something like this?
Uh-huh.
I like
it. Yeah. You should do one. Yes. Huh?
Yeah, I actually, could I?
Yeah, of course. Hop up. Yeah.
Hey, yes. Yes.
That's the cord.
I'm looking for him. He hasn't responded to me.
He's here. He's here.
I gotta hunt him down then.
How's it going?
It's going good.
Are you out and about doing your thing today?
Yeah.
Yes?
So today's the outreach. Just got out of the gym, about to go do some administration and go. Right? And we're live?
Yeah, we're live. Okay. Yep. So why don't you introduce yourself and talk about, make sure the front. Yep.
Almost.
Yep. Morning, Chelsea.
All right, cool. You guys didn't hear nothing I said. Great. So I could say it again.
Right. There you go. Yeah. So tell everyone who you are and how you wound up here.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Julio Negron, and I am with, I go to Hope Christian Fellowship, the church that we go to, me and Sister Ann here, and she's doing a great job at Open Door Mission. And I'm the founder of Wake 'em Up Ministry, and Wake 'em Up Ministry is about evangelizing from Jesus Christ to anyone and anyone who is around. It's more being an initiative or being an initiating in those things. We don't wait for just people to come to the church. We're going out to them. We also help equip church or saints as well, sharing the gospel. That's unfortunately it's a weak point of the church right now. I do believe if we had reformers like Luther and other would tackle that area, that's something that they would address. And that's something that we're going to do. Thank God for those that are sharing the gospel. But Ray Comfort says let's see, the rest is 2 to 5% of Christians share their faith. And I know that to be true because if you think, is anybody listening to me this year who has come up to you to share Jesus, even if it's very few. So the point is, we should actually, according to the Great Commission, we should get guarded. So those are the thoughts that I take on that. So we have some churches, and we're also in California. We've also been to Mexico. Our main goal is actually to the church, but plant and water seeds, and then we gotta let the Lord do the rest. Like we can't make anybody turn to Jesus. We can't make anybody change. And if we've all probably been in a relationship where someone was doing wrong, and we wanted them to change it, or how about us? We try to change maybe in our own willpower, and maybe it lasts for a little while, but the lasting change comes through Jesus Christ. So that's what Wake 'em Up Ministry, and I'll partner with Open Door Mission. My wife helps over here with the women's shelter. Shout out to Percy Negron. She does a great job, and there's about 5 women that go with her and circulate, primarily doing the Bible studies. So going over the word, that's important. And then we also I partner with Good News Jail Ministry. I'll go Friday later on, and I'll be able to do the Bible study at 3 South. So shout out to Good News Jail. Then partner too with Father's Heart, Rescue and Revive. Those are other evangelistic ministries. So we do partner everywhere we can, which is important. It's like we don't got to reinvent the wheel. Especially for me, I like ministering and sharing the gospel. So if there's homeless shelters, like House of Mercy lets us in. Why got to create a homeless shelter? There's already homeless shelters. Just help those and give the gospel there. Same thing with the jail. I like to minister there, but they're already ministering there. So why go through this whole process and just partner? Skyview Apartments at Older on the Coin Mall. We're also over there, and we're also giving the gospel on Monday and Friday.
And you also do a lot. You have a really unique ability to into schools as well.
Yes.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Thank you for opening that. I was going to go there too. And then the other side that I lead and I'm the director for is Child Evangelism Fellowship. So that one's been out since 1937, and that has I've been a director about a year and a half for our area and Monroe County, Orleans, Genesee, and Wyoming County. And so that's good because we help churches and we help Christians go inside of the goal is to go inside of your closest public school and rec center, where then you could get minister freely, and then from there now you could do evangelism. You already know our weather's already changed. This is it. It's gonna be. We had a bonus week last week. It was all nice and hot. I had shorts and a t-shirt. Now it's real cold, but you can go inside of the school as an after-school program and minister the word of God. And we help you with child evangelism. We help you with training. We help you with your paperwork, documentations, materials to teach the kids at different age groups, grade levels. And you're able to intentionally give the gospel there, freely teach about Jesus. This isn't like, well, you got to walk in eggshells and you're going to just, get free food or book bags. This is, no, you're able to give the word of God, and the church that you're closest to will be partnered to go in there, and then you're the one also that will, we help you set up, but you're the one that's going to lead it as well. So the church leads it, and then you're able to invite those children and those parents to your congregation, which is great, which is awesome. So these are things that we should definitely you should definitely consider, because we try to think, well, everything's just bad, everything's getting worse in the school system, in our neighborhood, our community. But the real question is, for people who go to church, I'm talking to people of faith right now, what are you doing about it? What are you doing? Are you praying? And then if you are praying, if we look through the book of Acts, it doesn't just stop there. There's action involved. Actions, they're going out to the people, they're intentional. And the only thing is too, that I would consider and think about as Christians, a lot of times we battle in America a selfish life. And so what I mean by that is, and I was there, I think we all start off there, especially if we live in America. A selfish Christian life is this: it's when you get saved, now you're just a part of a church and you just go to work, and that's it. It's you, God, and your family, and your job, career, and that's all you do. And now you serve within that church, you're maybe an usher, or you just do something in there. But we got to remember, the field is too big, it's too great. There's people all around you at your neighborhood, co-workers. It's going to be up to you to share Jesus with them, and if you don't do it, then who will? Because I'm not able to go everywhere, or your pastor's not able to go everywhere, or the few that share the gospel is not able to go to every single job and community. And so this is where, that's the informal ministry, I call it, when you're just sharing Jesus. And then the other one, formal, is it's going to take you saying, man, I'm going to be partnered with Open Door Mission, Wake 'em Up Ministry, and I want to specifically minister to people. I want to pray for them. I want to give them Jesus. I want to speak Jesus. And I'm going to be strategic with my time. I'm going to plan once a month or every other month. And it's going to take all of us to work together. It's going to take all of us to do this. So, yeah.
And to encourage people to feel the confidence with that. I think sometimes people feel like, well, am I going to make someone uncomfortable?
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that I've kind of come to learn, right, is that sometimes it's just like, we've been talking a lot about planting seeds this whole time, in so many different ways. And this is one of those ways, right, where sometimes it's just, read the room, read the person you're talking to, but know that sometimes the seed can be planted just by you sharing your faith, and saying something that, the Lord did for you this morning, or if someone brings something up, and how did I learn something from an experience that the Lord brought me through, and being able to share that as a testimony, even if it's not like, I've got to go in and preach, and you don't have to do that. You have to be a walking light, and being able to be open and expressive about the grace that you've received, and share that with others.
Sure. Yeah, I would agree with that, a lot of that. And I think there's different ways to share the gospel. There's we got gospel literatures. There's using your testimony, which is powerful, and just so we know, our testimonies cannot be rebutted.
That's right.
What happened to you, what Jesus did in your life, like that's incredible. Like, nobody can say, oh no, that didn't happen. No, that is your unique story, and how God touched you, what Jesus did in your life. And so now we got to use that, right? And then the other one is, there's a time to preach about Jesus specifically. And now when we preach about and talk about Jesus, yes, God does love. Jesus does love. But some people, we got to discern, is this person broken? Is this person like done and out? And if they're broken, they're ready to receive Jesus right away, and you speaking about them. But maybe there's some people that think they're good. They're right. And so now we got to use the law, the word of God, to show them, hey, look, if you lied, if you stole, that's called sin. That separates you from God. But God loves you so much. What did he do? He sent his only begotten son, one and only unique one, that never did one wrong thing, one bad sin. And on that cross, he became our bad sin. That's supernatural. And now when we trust him, now we become in right standing with God. So to place your faith, your confidence, your trust in Jesus. And so, and then the other, I think the biggest hurdle, Sister Anna, is that we're putting the emphasis on successful evangelism, on people coming to Christ on our watch. So this is what I mean by that.
Right.
We're thinking this is only going to work. I'll let that truck go up a little bit. We're thinking this is only going to work when somebody really receives Christ.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
But check this out. Let's, think about Jesus now. Jesus, when he spoke to people, do you know there's multiple Pharisees, even the high priest? Jesus is speaking of the best communicator, and they didn't understand, and they didn't just say, whoa, wow, yes, you're the one.
Right.
You're the Son of God.
Right.
No, you know what? Out of thousands of people Jesus ministered to, he's given the word, he's feeding, he's praying, casting out demons, baptizing. Think about this now. Only 120 waited for him in the upper room out of thousands. So are we going to say, could anybody dare to say his ministry was unsuccessful? No way. Nobody would do that. And I think that's what we got to think about.
Yeah.
We're planting, we're watering. 1 Corinthians 3:6, we plant, we water, we give the word, we give our testimony, we check up. And again, from time to time, formally, we're planning with our time. We're going to go here and minister. Informal, man, throughout our day, wherever we're going, we're going to tell somebody about Jesus. There's a homeless. Well, why not give them a food bag and say, hey, listen, there is open door mission. And guess what? Sometimes it takes 10 times for them to hear the same thing. Sometimes 20 times, and so God would use that. And then also, as far as you giving the word, let the Lord, the Holy Spirit, do the results.
That's right.
Just give the word. Use your testimony. Use the gospel literature. But to do nothing, that's not what the Lord has called us to do.
Yeah.
It's not what he called us to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what's next on the agenda for you today? Where are you going?
Yeah, so today, thank you for asking, and that's the part you guys missed, which is great. So today I'll be going to Skyview Apartments. So we'll be going there. That's the old around the Quaid Mall, and we'll be leading a Bible study in there.
Wonderful.
And so that's open to the community.
Okay.
And we're able to freely give out gospel literature. We're able to tell them about Jesus Christ.
Wonderful.
There has been some people that receive Christ. Some of them that it's like up and down. Some of them come only when we do food. And I want to be real and transparent because I'm tired of hearing ministers just talk about the high and glory days and that's it. There's difficulty sometimes in ministry, even with that, right?
Absolutely.
So then also around that'll be 10, and then around 12 o'clock. We'll be ending there. Some of us will go to RTS, the bus station, and different people will that tag along. If you're a Christian, you want to share Jesus or learn, you could come to that at 12. RTS in downtown Rochester, New York. We're sharing the gospel there, giving out gospel cards, our testimony, praying, some of the things we just talked about. And then at that same time at 12:30, though, I'm going to Monroe County Jail.
Oh, okay.
So in the jail, I'll lead the Bible study at 3 South. Not everybody can go, and I will say this: I don't think everybody's suited for jail ministry. Just being real, there's just some things you can't do. Why do I say that? Because there's going to be situations where somebody is going to try to take over your Bible study, and now what are you going to do? They want to talk about another thing or another book. And you got to be able to stand firm and strong and say, hey, wait a minute, this is what the Lord said. This is where we are. And be firm and yet, giving truth. So what we do in jail ministry, and it's good to see some of the guys receive Christ. Some of them don't. Some of them, too, receive Christ and they're not sincere. So then now they go out to the streets and then they come back. There's a few, and I thank God and thank you for those that are sincere, and that receive Christ. And when they get out, they don't come back. They're going to church, they're following Jesus, and thank God for people like that. So those are good things. And then
that's great.
After that at 3 p.m., we're going to, there's a whole schedule.
You got a busy schedule.
Yeah, it's a busy schedule. At 3 p.m., we're going to Salvation Army. And shout out to Pastor Lewis over there, Salvation Army on Clinton and Clifford. And so I'm very happy for them. And then we're giving the gospel there, helping them out. And then there's another one. It's the last one. At 5:30, at 6 p.m., we're going to Stop the Bleeding. And so that's going to be, I think they're called, I'm not going to butcher the name. But we're just going there, and we're going to have a table. We're able to give out gospel literature, able to talk about our ministries. So we're always looking for unique ways to share the gospel.
Wow.
So very busy. Keep me in prayer. There's people who volunteer with me. But what I love about what I do the most, I should be doing more administration as a director for both ministries. And there's a time I can't get away from it. I can't.
Right, sure.
but I try my best to delegate as much as possible so that I'm freed up to do what I do best,
Yep.
to do what God has called me, and is to share the gospel.
Right.
So I like to, gently, and any director, any leader, please think about that too. If what you're doing in ministry is so much, you're behind a desk, you're just in an office, you're just doing paperwork, please pray for wisdom. Lord, help me. How do I minister? How could I be more doing this? Who could I delegate these responsibilities so I could do a little more in that area? Amen.
Absolutely. Good word.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen. Amen.
You have a busy day ahead of you.
Yes, I
Please
do.
give my best to your lovely wife.
Yes, I will.
I hope to catch up with her one of these days when
Yes,
she's with
please
the girls
do.
at the
Yeah,
shelter.
please
So,
do. Yeah,
yes,
connect.
yes,
Yes. All right. God bless.
Thank you for all of your work. And are you going to leave those here so people can pick them up, or are you bringing them with you?
Yes. So I'll
Is that
show
what you want to
these.
do? Okay.
Yeah, I'll show these out. So we have these comics coming up, by the way, and his name is Paul, the creator of this from Syracuse, and these comics is called Turbo Tots, and it's really good because it deals with bullying and rejection, and the solution is Jesus. So the bully receives Jesus, and then he starts to change. So it's pretty unique. It is modeled after Paul, which is pretty cool from Scripture. So we have thousands of these for free. Just reach out to wakeemupministry.org if you want some. And then this other one is one that I designed and then worked with a graphic designer. It's an old Mustang in the 1960s that's all in the junkyard, and then the back it's restored. And it's the concept is a lot of people when I give it to them, they go, "Oh, you fix cars?" And I look and I say, "Jesus does." They go, "Oh, wow!" So it's a good one because now I'm saying, listen, we get forgiveness from God. We start off like the one in the junkyard of our sin and our shortcomings. And then we get forgiveness from God, and we're forgiven, and we're children of God, and then we change, and we're restored through Christ.
Amen.
So it's a good thing. Yeah, I'm going to leave these here.
Okay.
All
Wonderful.
right, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Watch the cords. I know. Yeah, you can leave them right there, even on that chair.
And I'm going to put this on my list. I have a huge list.
I bet you do. You're always thinking of something. Yes.
So this, especially Cali, when I go there.
Yeah. Weather's a little bit more agreeable too, I'm sure. Yeah. Whenever you're ready, Matt.
Where is
Oh, they went to do the donut run. That's right. Yeah. Welcome back, Shane.
I'm in the red band, but I'm not so.
No, I'll put it here for you, but how many do you want? There's a box of 400.
Watch the cord. A little dangerous over here. Yeah. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah.
Trooper, my goodness.
Oh my gosh. Hardly. I'm tired.
Yeah, did you get any sleep, any nap?
No.
Oh my
No.
goodness, wow.
No, I would say I think some of the other folks have tried to sleep. I said you could have put a mattress and the most comfortable pillows and blankets in the world on here. I wouldn't have been able
It's
to
not too
sleep, so.
conducive for.
No.
Well, maybe HR will give you a day off.
Maybe if I'm lucky. I don't know. She runs a tight ship.
Yeah,
So.
right.
Okay, we're still good, Shane? Okay. So, Matt, why don't you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, and how you ended up here?
So, my goodness, so many memories.
I know.
So, I would say 2012. I started working in the city. I was actually at ABBI. I think no longer called that, but it's just the Goodwill Services, and I was around homeless a lot.
Yeah.
And I had a compulsion in my heart, just be a missionary wherever you are, right? And so I started looking around and just seeing so many needs, and I had no idea how to help, but I just wanted to help. So I started making relations with homeless and bringing them into the shelter. At that time, oh my goodness, who was it at the time? I think the manager, David Appleton. I think.
Dave?
Yeah, great guy. So some openings. I think I started off relief, but then went to full-time staff, then went to chaplain, then started managing. But so many wonderful memories here.
Yeah.
But I just love, just working with the relations.
Right.
So. From there, started just working with a lot of different agencies. I think St. Joe's was my next one.
Okay,
And then House of Mercy. but yeah, so just hard for that.
Yeah.
And then started my own small agency for families facing homelessness.
Yeah. Talk a little bit about that, because
So-
that's been a few years now, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
started off like right when COVID hit.
Yeah, okay,
So
yeah.
and it was actually, I remember getting a call at one point from a mom that had a house fire, and it was mom, dad, and some kids. And there wasn't a lot of options, you know, for it. I mean, there's some, but it's just not a lot.
Right.
And it was like the best advice at the time was, well, look, if you split up, we can really help you out, and you could feel the heartbreak.
Yes.
And
yes.
it was like, and I knew it's like, man, that's not a good answer.
Right.
You know, and so I just felt, okay, I have to come up with something. So
Yeah.
I got a home and was able to. Mine is always non-congregate. It's a real small setting, so I always do just one family at a time.
Right.
I currently sometimes I use church home, sometimes I use motel.
Yep.
At this particular time, when we started off, I had a home over just on East Main Street, but it's one family at a time.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
try to always have the barometer, what would I want from my family?
Yeah, right,
Right? So
right.
it's fully decorated, fully, furnished, everything.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But my last family that I had go in, it like summarized the whole thing. Mom started crying tears of joy, and she said it felt like the home hugged me.
Oh.
And I was like, that's
oh
it.
my gosh!
That's
Wow.
what I
yeah,
wanted,
that's exactly what you want.
And so I want it to be a place that decreases trauma, not increases.
Yes. And so it's interesting that, because your focus really is families, that there's been several themes that have presented themselves naturally throughout this event, and one of them has definitely been the family homelessness issue.
It's big. It's really big.
It's so big. And what are you like? Do you get a lot of calls because of your organization? Obviously, you can't take everybody because of limitations from any. We have the same issue with the cold water program. But what kind of calls are you getting? What are you seeing as the biggest need? Like, why are families becoming homeless?
Well, times are tough with money, and I mean, homeless prevention is probably the biggest call. It's Matt, I'm about to be homeless.
Right,
and
right.
So I would say the majority of my time is helping people not be homeless.
Or prevent them from getting into the system altogether.
Like they're a little bit behind on rents, things like that. So I do a lot of work to try to prevent that.
Right.
And then see if there's other pillars that I can have in place that maybe they haven't really thought through. Because sometimes it's, if I can help put it over.
Right.
Something else. Helping navigate the social services.
Okay.
The calls that I'll get for, sometimes it's the family, sometimes they have pets and they don't want to just animal. We're encountering it that.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes the age.
And you're probably also able to take, because of your setup, to take into families.
Oh yeah.
So, because a lot of other providers do that anyway, most of them we take women and children.
For sure.
I mean, we're one of them. So.
Yeah. So how do they define their family?
Yes. Okay.
Right. So because it's non-congregate, so it's whatever.
The family is the family.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And during the Code Blue season, I partnered with a motel to offer shelter for couples.
Okay. So just couples, no kids.
Just couples.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, the other settings, the other locations will be families.
Okay.
But with the motel, it's just couples.
Okay.
And I mean, there's so many. Understandably, they won't separate.
No.
They'd rather be outside. And so I was just getting a text from a couple that I was working with last winter. He was texting me last night, and he's still in his apartment and still doing well.
Wow.
But he was saying, we would have stayed the whole winter.
Right.
Outside.
Right. I know. Wow, that's incredible. And you also have at least one other hat, right? In terms of your minute.
Yeah, I do. But but there's so much overlap.
I know.
There
I know.
really is.
Yeah.
So several things. So I pastor Grace Covenant Church, which they have been so supportive of this. We're actually really talking. I mean, and you have a lot of roots there too. But we're talking about turning one of the rooms that are unused into just a one-night.
Stay. Wow.
Because and I guess that's a segue point too. So recently I got a call from a mom and she had 3 kids, and she was looking for placement, but there was barriers in front of her because she works. She couldn't get into placement because she works and with the kids, and so she was having a hard time. And the calls that kept coming back to her was, well, because you have a full-time job, we can't get you in. She's like, but I'm tapped out. So that was a struggle, but we got her placed. But removing some of those barriers, I mean that's a huge problem that I think a lot of the shelters are trying to navigate.
Yeah, and one of the things that we keep talking about is the fact that those things are so, if you were to take someone in that situation, right, who's working full time, the fundamentals are in place, right?
Yeah.
They may even necessarily need like back rent, or it may actually be more than that. It could be like, I've got to pay off this credit card bill. I've got to pay, I've got to pay off a bunch of things so I can just keep up, right? Because I'm so far behind and I need to just keep up. The public funding sources are not going to be, they're going to tell her, sell your car, empty your savings account. They're going to say, get rid of all the things you have that are help keep you kind of functioning, even barely. And then you won't be functional at all, and then you'll actually have to enter the shelter system. So in the long term, right, like it's so much more efficient and a cost-effective way to help by actually meeting some of those immediate financial needs directly than actually allowing them to enter the shelter system and go through the entire continuum.
Yeah, 100%. And because sometimes, well, let me say it like this. I believe we are all only a few pillars away from it being us too.
Right.
Right. It's like
absolutely.
You start, either a job, family, transportation, childcare. You start removing some of those pillars. That could be us. But but sometimes a family has more limits to what they can receive based on how many pillars you have.
Right.
So,
right.
I see you have this job, and so you don't need this service.
Yeah.
But life happens sometimes.
Right. So what do you think? As we kind of wrap up, what do you think is like you provide services for families. You also, you also, I know you're connected with Youth for Christ. You have your church, so you're very, very active, engaged in multiple layers in the community, and specifically the homeless community. What is the biggest thing that I think the community at large should focus on? Whether it's elected officials, legislation, community leaders. What should if you had one idea, it's not the be-all, end-all, it's not the solution, but just what's one thing that they could be, working on or focusing on?
Wow. So I guess the one ingredient, more proactive things, I think without barriers would be good. So an agency like this one, the Open Door Mission, the fact that you are 90% private funded, I think is enormous, because sometimes you will have the freedom to lead by your heart. Right. And so if you see this family in need, you could just help them. Right. So if people are contributing to an avenue that allows that freedom, I think is advantageous. Right. But people are people, so it's going to be different all the time. So the more barriers we remove, collaborating. How about I say that one? Let me do that. Collaborating. The more we stop having these silos, I think that is better. The more we're stronger together. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I agree with that, and that's something I think that something else we've kind of brought up is we were talking about even the issues of things like how we approach low barrier shelters, transitional, emergency, all the different things. We tend to say, okay, we can all agree that we want to help people. We can all agree on that. We don't want people to be homeless. We don't want people to be on the street. And that's it. So then from there, then everyone's got something to say, and you put your, you dig your heels in the ground because this is our approach, or this is our approach. And so we let kind of the slight differences distract us, and that I think is, so to your point about collaboration, there's always ways I think that we can find common ground, especially if that common ground is just, hey, can we at least agree that we don't want people sleeping on the streets in Rochester in winter?
Can we come together on that?
Can we at least agree there?
Well, I mean, look at your most recent initiative with the Sister Grace House. Right. I mean, it's not about just the focus on ODM or it's kingdom focused, and it's what's best for the people. I think it's That's key.
And we might look at a lot of things, and Sister Grace and I are well aware that we look at a lot of things kind of differently. But this is one thing that we can say, hey,
we don't want people on the street.
Right.
Right. 100%.
Yeah.
You know, another, I guess, good avenue for assistance, and Ashley was mentioning this previously about helping the employees.
Yes.
So another hat that I spin.
Morning, Kate.
That is very, very helpful. So I work with ERN, the Employee Resource Network, and my director in that is Marianne Durant. So I'd love to do an e-introduction.
Yeah.
So we work with about 9 different businesses, but it's to help employees in a free and confidential way for the employees. So employee can call and just say, whatever, I'm struggling, with my vet bills this year, but anything that can distract an employee. I'm struggling with rent. I'm struggling with, and the ERN will help the employee so they can maintain their work.
Wonderful. Yeah. Wow, that's great. Look forward to that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you so much for coming, Matt. It was great to see you. And sorry, I'm a little. By the end of like 20 minutes, I'm like, okay, all right, depleted. Okay, now I got to replenish. Yeah. Thank you so much, Matt. Good talking to you. Okay, so that was Matt Smelter, and we are continuing. I don't even know what time it is, but I see Paula here. So before you go too far, you can take a time. You can take your time. I don't know. Okay, she's introducing herself to people. So for anyone just joining us, this is Conversations on a Bench. My name is Anna Valeria. I'm the CEO at the Open Door Mission here in Rochester, New York. And this is a 24-hour event in which we are essentially sitting here on Main Street in downtown Rochester and talking about the issue of homelessness and all the different facets related to homelessness, everything from the root causes to what we are doing about it as an organization to what our community is doing about it, and even more so, what should we be doing about it? We're talking to lots of different people. We've had some walk-ups, we've had some off-camera conversations, we've had some scheduled conversations, and morning, Barb. We tried to keep the reception area clean for you. Okay. But we're going to just go right into it because my next guest is here, and you're ready to go, right? You're always ready to go. Yeah, you can bring it with you. You can leave it over there, whatever you want. Just watch the cords. Don't trip on anything. Yep. Yep.
There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? I know. Just wait. You're going to do this too.
Yeah, right. Give you a hug.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. We can do that.
I know you love this.
Yeah, I know. I didn't wear my sarcasm. It's how I hug shirt. I forgot that today.
Yeah.
No, I'm married now. I like to hug now. So it's different. Yeah, it is a little different now. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, thanks, honey. So why don't you introduce yourself and tell folks who you are?
Can they hear over all this?
Apparently, they say that they can. There's still going to be a lot of noises. We're right here, so but we'll just hope for the best.
Yeah. I'm Paula Blemgen from the Margaret Home. What else did you want to know? That the Margaret Home is
what the Margaret Home is, and
it's a 2-year residential program to help homeless pregnant moms and their children, as well as moms that are parenting children, so they don't have to be homeless or pregnant to come to our facility.
Yes.
They stay with us 2 years. They live in the home with a dedicated program. They have to be participating in the program to live in the home. That's one of the contingencies, and it's the only requirement for them to be in the home, other than they have to have custodial care of their children.
Wonderful. And you've been open for how long?
We opened we incorporated in 16. We opened our doors in 2019, and we hopped through COVID, stayed open.
Right.
I even slept there.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit of the crazy side.
Right. Yeah. I can relate.
we have been open since then. We'll be celebrating 10 years of incorporation next year.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you were, we've had lots of wonderful conversations about this issue surrounding homelessness, and you definitely take a unique perspective. You told me yesterday about I think it was a podcast you had heard, and we were talking about, and I actually kind of teased it a little bit last night at one point. Okay.
I turned on, honestly, God is amazing. I turned on, I needed a lift, and I've been watching you sporadically.
Yeah,
since you were
yeah,
on Facebook, and I happened to turn it on just as you mentioned.
Wow.
I'm like,
wow.
That's kind of cool.
See, so I teed you right up, but now you just get to now you get to hear the rest of the story.
So what I was talking about, and you couldn't see it because I'm Italian, so I was talking with my hands over the phone, and you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
But it's what this gentleman was saying is that there's three. The community or our culture talks about three loves. Well, the Bible only speaks of two. It talks of love of God and love of neighbor as you love yourself for the sake of God. And so when that is rightly ordered, when we love God first, and then we have that capacity because of his love to love neighbor and ourselves and love our neighbor as we love ourselves. So there's a love of self in there, but not a conceited love. It's a rightly ordered love. Then we use items and things, and even we respect the images of people and how we image ourselves and how we use things. We respect and use those, but we don't love those. We've turned it on our heads, and we've turned the item as our idol and love things first, and we use people and we relegate God to the Sunday of those few crazy people that are Christian and attend church and worship God on weekends. When we do that, when we worship things and use people, we forget the value of the person. And so that's what I believe when I was been praying about this. I believe is what's happened is that we have a desperate need for people to be in housing and desperate need for people who are homeless. And, as our temperatures drop in Rochester, we become even more aware of that. And we get more and more calls and referrals at the Margaret Home. But if we don't put rightly placed the programming that deals with the healing of self, and we don't recognize the healing of that internal soul, that soul, not the soul needs to be healed, because the soul is immutable, right? But the person, the spirit of the person needs to be healed. That if we don't put that rightly in the right order, we worship the thing that is going to perceive possibly as we perceive it to heal that person. So the housing.
So in this situation, the housing becomes the God, the thing, that the tool that's used and worshipped to, and then
it becomes our almighty tool. And therefore, and then we plug the women, in my case, the women, and in this case, anybody, into that programming, and we forget about that piece. We put primary, the housing, and secondary, and maybe even tertiary, as an afterthought, the person,
and the programming,
The problem with that is that what we've noted at the Margaret Home is if you do not address that trauma unhealed becomes transformed to the child. We know that in psychology, and that person stops developing at the place of where the trauma. So they're emotionally truncated in their development, and I'm not crying. Cold air makes my eyes water. But the person becomes truncated, traumatized.
At the point of the trauma, developing.
We as a culture, and I this is not to damn the culture, but it's to wake our eyes open. Empathy, and we look at the homeless, and we look at the people in the streets, and we look at the people with the signs, and we look at the poverty of the soul. And we look at that, and we have empathy, and that's good. That comes from God, right? It's motivated from inside, and it says, I need to do something about this. That is good. That motivates the human soul to respond. But we only go so far in some cases because it's an overwhelming problem. So I'm not here to condemn it. I'm like, wake our eyes up that it is so huge. It's so big. It's so almost incapacitating to us to imagine what is it we're going to do for these people. And so we put housing because they're cold, they're hungry, and they're homeless. And housing is a necessary thing. We need to house them. It's one of the very basic needs that we need to have. But we forget beyond that. We don't make the requirements part of that housing piece
Yep.
where the healing piece needs to happen.
Yes.
There's moms in the home, and we were just having a meeting last week, and some of my staff was remarking that they're not going anywhere. She's not. She's back to where she was, and I said she's back to where the trauma started. So she can only push so far,
Right.
and then the reminder of what happened to her,
Yeah.
and how it happened comes into play, whether consciously or unconsciously.
Right.
And then she responds from that angle, which is reactionary.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
we don't help her heal, when we don't help them and journey with the healing process, we actually hamstring ourselves in the housing market
Yeah.
and providing housing.
Right.
When we don't put God first, when we don't recognize, and so this is when I go back to my original
Right.
thing.
Yep.
So God, love of neighbor, and use of things. When we do that rightly, when we love God and love Him with all our mind,
Yep.
soul,
And that's the
heart,
foundation.
that
Right.
becomes the foundation.
Right.
Then we're capable of loving neighbor as ourselves.
Right.
And we love ourselves because we're made in the image and likeness of God. We respond from that, and we use the things to help our neighbors.
Yeah.
And then we walk with our neighbors because the soul
Right.
is important to
Right.
us.
Right.
Because we're doing this for the love of God.
Right.
And when that happens, when we put those things that were rightly ordered, loving God first and loving neighbor as ourselves, then we're capable of doing mighty things.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
capable of running organizations.
Right.
You know, I have
Right.
a lot of kids opening up a Margaret home.
Yes.
You're
Right.
capable of more than you thought you're possible. And the women begin to realize they're capable of healing and moving past their trauma in
Right.
ways they never
They
imagined
never.
possible.
Right. And so how do we, this is like, $1 million question, but so since systemically and kind of the broad community level, we are doing the opposite, right?
Yeah.
We are putting the thing first, the person second or maybe third, and the program. At best, they're a distant second and third,
Yes.
right? Because we think, and it's kind of explained to us that, well, we've got housing. Dare I say it? Housing first is really, putting the person first because that's what they need is housing. But by definition, housing first is literally saying the housing is the first thing.
Yes.
Is the house is the God.
If we put
right.
people first,
Yes.
if we put
Right.
people first, naturally what will follow out of the grace of God and out of our
Yeah.
capacity that He gives us, our
Yeah.
capacity to do so, will be that programming that's person-centered,
Right.
that has their personhood in the place that where God loves them.
Right.
It puts the programs in place. It puts the housing in place. It motivates the community. I say it's a movement with both the housing and the person, because I think they're very closely tied.
Right.
We can't meet the needs of the people if we can't reach the people.
Right.
And we don't have a place to do it. The Margaret Home does, and this model is working really well, is that it is much like soccer camp. We send our kids to soccer camp. Not that the people that are coming to Margaret Home are doing soccer.
Right.
We have no soccer at the Margaret camp. None at
The
all.
Margaret Camp. There's a concept for summertime. Yeah.
Anyways, what like that distant time when people were out playing soccer,
Yeah.
and are not doing so now. You go to soccer camp not for the housing, you go for the skills.
Right.
You go for the skills and housing's provided. And that was a hard thing for me to translate to the community. It was a challenge because
Yeah.
people think of shelter, and then some. First they go for housing, and then there's some trinkets on it for programming.
Right.
We flip
Right.
it around, and it's a program first, and we dedicate all our energy, our funds, our time, our training to the programming.
Yeah.
And we provide that housing so the programming can take place.
Right.
And we make it a requirement for them to be in that housing. They have to attend the programming. And
Yeah.
if they don't attend the programming, then it's not a good fit, and we help them
Right.
find other
Right.
solutions.
Right.
When you do that and you put that programming in place first, you're honoring that soul.
Yes.
Honoring
Yes.
those people.
Yeah.
Because you're helping them towards a direction of change and healing.
Right. And you're saying to them, you are worth
Yes.
so much more than simply having a roof over your head or, yeah.
And what happens, and we've seen it, right? You put just a roof over their head and you don't heal what's internally.
Yeah.
You've just concentrated a bunch of people in a structure you've whitewashed their problems.
Yeah.
You haven't helped them heal. The housing's not their problem.
Right.
The housing's a
Right.
symptom of their problem.
Yes. Yes.
Their drug use is a symptom of their problem.
Right,
What is
right.
interiorly going awry is where
Right.
their healing needs to start.
Mhm.
This relationship with God, often.
Right. Right.
Or relationship with others, equally as often.
Mhm.
And when those things are healed and transformed, a new person stands in front of you.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
like watching
right.
a caterpillar transform into a
Into the
butterfly,
butterfly.
which
Yeah.
is something that's so much
Yes.
more beautiful than that wormy thing. That's
Yes. Right.
around. Yeah, but that's what
Yeah,
happens. Is
yeah.
that when we put God first and then love of self, love of neighbor because you love
Right.
yourself, and use things, not people,
Yeah.
then suddenly we have a community that's transformed and
And
directionally correct.
right. And sustainable. And
Well, it's 100%
I mean,
sustainable.
right. And we've been, yeah. We've been,
Because you're
yeah.
motivated, right?
Right,
I don't mean keep
right,
interrupting
Right.
you.
No. You're good. Yeah. I wanted
You're
you to jump in anyway.
motivated
Yeah.
then because interiorly you're loving neighbor as you love yourself, and you're compelled to do so because of God.
Yeah.
And so it's a internal compass that's driving you towards heaven, that encourages and drives, and like a mother hen brings her chicks along, the community members do so as well.
Right. Right.
And we don't leave anyone behind.
Right. And so, how do we do that when the system does it the opposite way?
I think we step out bravely, we do it differently, and we start small, and we do things like this. So
Yeah.
Margaret Home is doing it small.
Yeah.
We are partnering and talking,
Yeah.
and you and I work
Yeah.
closely together.
Yeah.
And we start doing it differently, and we put out, we have then impact and
Outcomes data.
show
Right.
data that
right.
is impactful, and we're doing it this way, and we catch the attention of first the corporations and the funders of grants and such, and then the politicians.
Right.
And you start moving, but you got to have numbers.
Right.
Speaking
Right.
philosophy or a good program in thought and feeling and design
Yeah.
without any numbers behind it.
Yeah.
Even if it's logically makes sense.
Right.
Because
Right.
that's how we're ordered as human beings.
Right.
Even if that logically makes sense, it's not going to move the political
No,
machine
no.
in a different direction.
No.
yet. Yeah.
Right.
And I say yet. Because as soon as you see things turned around, as soon as you have the voice of the people impacted through this,
Yep.
so you have the women of the Margaret Home speak about, I never knew this was possible.
Right.
I never knew I could parent my child in this
Right.
way. I never knew I could reach out in the community and have an opportunity for employment in this way. I didn't know I could trust people. I didn't know I had this
Yeah.
kind of value. I don't know why you trust me and sit are doing
Right.
this to me.
Right.
They're dumbfounded by
Yeah.
the motivation of the soul
Yeah.
speaking to a soul
Yeah.
from the love and the space of God.
Yeah.
They're dumbfounded by
Yeah.
that because
Yep.
they have not
If
had
you haven't experienced
when
it before.
we move that through our community, that either you have to be stupid or dumb not to pay attention to it.
Right. Right.
And it's frank. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
if you
But it's
continue
true.
in the same
Right.
pathway of doing it the same way,
Yeah.
with the same outcomes, and scratch our head and say, well, why do we have even more on
Right.
the street? Why do we have more mental health issues?
Right.
Why do we have still more of the same problems we thought housing was going to correct?
Right.
We need
Right.
to hit the pause button and say,
Yeah.
we're doing something. We need to look at this and do it differently.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, and really the responsibility does fall on us.
It
It really does, because we have long, and by we I mean collectively, organizations that aren't necessarily part of the mainstream funding sources and all of that, who are doing a bulk of the work. I talked about this yesterday, are oftentimes doing the makeup of non-funded organizations are often doing 50 or more % of the services in any given local area. So once you start actually accumulating the data and the outcomes collectively from those providers,
Yes.
that's when you you're not saying, well, what you're saying is wrong, what you're saying is incorrect.
No.
You're adding to the narrative by saying, here's a whole, it's like you thought you were done studying for the test because you read the one book and you thought that was all you needed to read. But then the teacher comes along and says, nope, here you go. And it's a giant stack of books that you haven't even touched. And you're like, wait a minute, what? I have to know all this stuff too? But you can't actually be ready for the test unless you have all the information.
You have all the information and you know the dance.
Right.
So I think
Right.
of it as a community as a dance. It's a dance of its members. It's not a political organization of an ethereal group of people with
Yeah.
a political or motivation behind them, with an ideology and some kind
Right.
of, platform.
Right.
It's people.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
people in our community and those that help us run the community, but we can't rely solely on politics to do it this way. So I look at it as a dance. And if we all are choreographed in a way that uniquely gives our personality, very much dancers, each of them has a certain expression of the dance.
Yeah.
But if we're all dancing this dance of homelessness and this conundrum, and we're looking to fix this or solve this problem, then we are walking in step with one another. I'm not making you dance that way, but we have a similar problem that we're looking to address. We dance it in that way, and if someone's out of step, they're going to trip.
Right.
And so there are many organizations that are doing this dance. So what we need to is that word collaboration, which is overused, but truly this collaborative dancing. And I know, the dance or music is right down the road.
Right. Hochstein. Yeah.
But if we dance together in a way that helps address this problem uniquely as each one of our organizations are doing, then the impact becomes stronger.
Yes.
And that's the power of collaboration.
Absolutely.
It's not asking for, it's asking for the politics to get out of the way.
Yeah.
To provide the open door towards letting it happen.
Yeah.
And not putting obstacles in place that make it more challenging.
Right.
And then opening up doors of communication among the organization and reducing their sense of competition and moving it more collaboratively.
Yeah.
So each one of us does, wow, the sun is shining up top of that building. Each one of us does this work differently.
Yeah.
Open Door does it differently. The Margaret
Sure.
Home, I can't think of any of the places I know 1,000 of.
Door of Hope. And,
Door of Hope does it differently than Margaret Home and Open Door, and we each address a different issue. And if we were to collaborate in ways that amplifies the impact, we would see numbers of, and each one of them honors the soul of the individuals. We would see this being able to be articulated on a spreadsheet in a way that says this model works.
Right. And we can prove it because we have the outcomes to prove it. Yeah.
But right now we are very isolated and siloed in many ways.
Yeah.
And it's my hope before I pass on, is to have more collaboration in a way that reduces the fear of competition.
Right.
Because funding is tight.
Yes.
We all do this on a shoestring budget.
Yep.
We don't pay people a lot of money to do it. We operate with a ton of volunteers. And, so when we're going after the same funding from the same nonprofits or from the same
foundations or grants. Yeah.
We feel that there's a competition instead of collaboration.
Right.
So there might be some discussion there.
Yes,
about
absolutely.
How do we do collaboration better?
Right.
But that model of how do we solve this problem in a community is activating the community members to come together.
Yes.
Because really, the people we're talking about are a community.
Right. Oh yeah. They're part of it. Yeah.
Relegated.
Right.
Cast to the curb kind of people. They're the least of theirs.
Yeah.
And we're compelled to. We must actually, by the gospel, walk with these people.
Right. Absolutely.
And provide the best for them. Because if we truly love people, love is love is a verb. Love is a noun, rather. Love is a noun. Love is doing what is best for the beloved. God loves us with all that He is. He died for us.
Yeah.
And redeemed us with His Son. If we could have take an ounce of that and express that to each one of our community members, we would be in a different place.
Yeah.
We truly would. No.
Absolutely.
Anyway, that's my soapbox.
Wow. I love the analogy.
Have you been up all night?
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
I've been up since 6 o'clock yesterday. I can't sleep during the day, and apparently I can't sleep outside at night unless I'm in a tent. So, I've been up since 6 a.m. yesterday. So,
Lord.
just past the 24-hour mark. But I love that analogy, and I just love what the Margaret Home is doing, and I think that I love the fact, and I've heard you say this word, or this phrase multiple times, and it's to to be brave and to be bold, you
Yes.
know, and that I think is
Yes.
something that I think, and you and I have talked about this in light of recent events that we've seen in our country and even locally, that I think people are feeling more motivated than ever to be bold about the things that really matter.
Yes.
And so much of that is stemming from faith and truth, like the actual truth. Like, we're kind of done doing this whole truth is relative
Yes.
and your truth, my truth.
Yes.
There really and truly
There
is
is the truth.
one truth. There is the truth,
truth.
and that's it.
Right.
And I think that, and I love that you're more confident probably than I am and many others to be able to say, like, let's do this, you know, and
Yes.
and we're
It's
we're
time.
coming at it from a position of, you know, I've covered a bunch of topics during this event, and some of it are things like, let's look at some things that are being rolled out, whether it's politically or locally, and say, take the politics out of it. Let's dissect this and look at what's the good, what's the bad, because just because one person wrote it doesn't mean it's all bad, and just because another person wrote this one, it means it has to be good. There's going to be, people are flawed, people are going to make mistakes. Anything, whether it's an executive order or you know, a Facebook post, you know, people are going to make mistakes. So how do you actually look at it from a measured perspective and then speak truth to it, you know?
I think your point too is that let's take the politics out of it.
Yeah.
Let's the empathy. I'd have to believe that the policies that are put in place, that the services that the people were there's I you know, this can go down a rabbit hole that I'm not going to go down, but genuinely, a child is born into this world with the capacity to care, and that is either cultivated or crushed. And as it is cultivated, most people have that cultivated. It's almost impossible to completely crush that. That empathy is what moves both parties, all parties.
Right.
There's an empathy
Yes.
for the cause of suffering.
Yes. Yes.
A person suffers in front of us. If we can't respond to that, then there is some deep mental health issues there, that the person has been crushed beyond capacity to care.
Right.
But for the majority of human beings, we have a siren that goes off in us as it's going by here, that causes us to respond to the suffering of another.
Yes. Yeah.
How we do it. Wow. How we actually,
Yeah.
can they actually hear over the siren?
I think so. Donnie, they can still hear, right? Well, Donnie can't even hear us, so.
We're gonna wait for the ambulance to go by. But the capacity to care, that empathic, that space inside that says, the suffering in front of me bothers me. I need to do differently. It's how we respond. It's how we respond is what we're talking about. Not that we have parts and we
Right.
It's the what we're doing and the how we're doing it. Not the why. I mean, why?
There's some of the why. Right, but
some of the motivation can be money
Sure,
and politics
sure.
and importance and all of that. But majority of people in our community donate to nonprofits because of the why. It's like, why are you doing what it is you're doing?
Right.
And who it is that you're talking to. You tell, when you tell the story as a nonprofit, you have to tell the why. Why this is important. And people respond. And if you do it well, politics doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And at the same time, when we do things like speak boldly, speak truth, and back it up with data, politics then is able to be influenced, you know,
100%.
from the perspective of, okay, there's just no denying that this information should influence how we actually, you know, interpret this or you know, or legislate this,
Well,
you know.
because that's the how. Right? So
Right.
we draw a spotlight on their how, the person that person's discussed, the policy that's in place, and say, well, that how we thought was going to work. You thought it was going to work.
Right.
This is how we practiced it for a long time. We've done it over and over again and seen no difference. Now we need to look at the how differently.
Right.
We need we need people that are bold enough to step out and say, we are going to try this differently.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to look at this differently. We're going to look at who the human being is, because we're talking about people.
Yeah.
We're not
Yeah.
talking about buildings
Mm-hmm.
or corporations. We're talking about human beings.
Right.
We're talking sometimes in the martyr home about the most vulnerable, the unborn
Mm-hmm.
child,
Mm-hmm.
you know, or a pregnant mom.
Mhm,
Some of the most vulnerable people in our community
Yes. Yeah.
that hold our future.
Mm-hmm. Right.
When we look at that and we ask, well, how do we serve these people?
Mm-hmm.
How do we walk with these people?
Yeah.
How do we empower these people to be the best version of themselves?
Mm-hmm.
And are we doing it well now? We need
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
courageous and say, no, we're not doing it well
Yeah.
enough now.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not doing it.
Yeah.
We're not doing them justice or our community justice.
Right.
We're not doing ourselves justice.
Right. Right.
By doing it continually the same way and having the same outcome.
Yeah.
That's showing the wrong direction. More
Right.
homeless,
Right.
more drugs,
Right.
more mental
And
illness.
dumping even more money into the same methods, same models, the same
Isn't that the definition
practices.
of
It
insanity?
is. It absolutely is. Yeah. Yeah. And
Doing the same thing over and over again,
Right,
expecting
right.
different outcomes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah. And we're done. And now I'm encouraged and hopeful that more agencies like ours are going to be speaking up about these things, and not just speaking up about them, but backing them up, you know, with the right
And I think the
information and
Christian
data.
piece
Mm-hmm.
is being bold of knowing you have. I woke up this morning and I'm like, I have God behind me.
Mm-hmm.
I have Jesus Christ behind me.
Yeah.
And even if I have a large donor pull away,
Yeah,
or if I
yeah.
have this, He's the one who's called this forward. If
Right,
you
that's
keep
right.
as leaders, those,
Right,
I don't know
right.
how many other nonprofits are listening to this.
Right.
If you keep that in mind, that you have been called to do this, but
Yeah.
it is His call,
Yeah.
it's His mission,
Yep. We're just
then-
the foot soldiers.
then
Right.
just go boldly.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Step out
Yeah.
knowing that your leader is fearless.
Yes. 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 And protective.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Right. Oh,
Well, anyway.
always good talking to you.
Yeah.
I always feel like inspired and challenged and like, oh my gosh, I got so much to do
I
now.
feel like that all the time. Like, I've got so much to do.
Right.
All the time. All the time. But
Yes.
it is, yeah.
Yeah.
I love talking
Yes,
to you as well.
yeah.
This is one of the blessings of the martyr home is having brought the two of us together.
Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree.
It's a good dovetailing of two missions.
Yes, it is. It is. Good morning, Kamika. Did you get your kickboxing in this morning?
I didn't. He's out of town.
Oh,
so
I was going to
boxed
say.
on Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I just box. I don't kick.
Oh, you don't kick.
I just and
Just box. Oh,
boxing I've been holding mitts too.
nice. Nice. Okay.
So that's a whole different experience.
Right.
Hold the mitts for somebody else. You know you are.
Oh, so you've got you've got to do
Yeah,
the resistance thing.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
You've got to
resistance.
withstand that.
And then, yeah. So I was working on the bag heavy, so I am a little sore today.
Okay. Okay.
My whole back feels. When you box correctly, you activate all the muscles on your back.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and they're activated.
They're still activated.
They're still activated, and the older you get, the longer they stay activated. Like recuperation time into your 60s takes a long time. It's like your body.
Yeah. Quads and shoulders.
Oh,
And last night I was like, what did I do? Did I get hit by a car? And I didn't know if am I that
Now
tired?
you're
And I
out
was
here
like, oh my
shivering.
gosh, this is from yesterday. So yes, I'm out in the cold. Everything's tightening up, and I'm still feeling the weights from 2 days ago. So yeah.
Wow. So you're gonna
But-
go home and sleep.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. It's hard for me to sleep during the day.
What time is it? I don't even know.
I have absolutely no idea.
What time is it, gentlemen?
8:48.
Wow. All right.
6 hours to go. 6 hours and 12 minutes.
You've done this how many times?
This is the first time we've done it.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long,
Yeah.
I was trying to get on when you started.
3 o'clock yesterday.
Yeah, and it wasn't on.
It was, yeah, we
I
had
can't get
technical
onto it
issues
to
that delayed
YouTube.
for like an hour. Okay.
I accessed it through Facebook.
Oh, yeah, I think that's what, well, I guess, yeah, I don't know how many are doing it through which, but yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
Um,
cool. It's across the nation.
Yeah, yeah.
I was on the map, and there's
Right, there's like, is there hundreds? I
It
thought there
looks
was,
like hundreds. Maybe
it's definitely close to 100. little bit on the bench. I could just never, so
Oh, no.
I can't sleep. I
What's
need,
your team been up to?
I've been doing shifts, and my two sons did, my son, even with his dislocated shoulder, came in from midnight to 3. They covered that critical
Oh, nice.
3 hour shift in there. And actually my younger son was here till 5. So yeah, so I've had a lot of help. We've got great people. We've had a lot of coffee. I don't ever have more than like 2 cups of coffee, and I don't ever have anything past 10. And I've had like 5 cups
Oh, your
since.
poor
So
adrenals.
yeah.
You're going to need to like
Crash
sleep
hard.
and crash hard. It's a good thing it's a long weekend.
Right.
I was thinking today, I was like, how long have I known about Open Door? I've known about Open Door way back in the 1980s.
Wow.
We were I knew about it, and it was when they moved I think when they moved down here. or
Oh
somewhere.
yeah.
It was, they were going from church to church to church, and I think Reverend Fox was the person.
Yep.
Came to our church and spoke, and I was like, oh, this is cool.
Wow.
The first time I had
Wow,
heard
how
about
cool.
a homeless movement
Yeah.
that had a Christian piece to it.
Huh.
And,
Yeah.
And it never died. It only grew.
Yeah. That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
Love
And
it.
I was
That's like when
really
my
young.
dad was involved. Yeah, my dad would have been involved in the 80s. That would have been when he would just volunteer, come and do breakfast and Bible
I
studies
donated
or something.
clothes.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
knew about clothing. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and food.
And food. Yes.
Food from, so one of the things we would do, my husband and I would do marriage preparations, and we had a lot of food left over after our weekends, and Open Door would take anything.
Yeah.
I don't know that you do that anymore.
We don't do that
That
anymore.
doesn't sound safe.
There's
Not in
rules
this
about
age.
those things
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
But we would do food that had already been eaten
Right,
out of
right.
the trays and such. It was all catered food.
Yeah, yeah.
You'd have to
And you don't
toss
want to
it.
waste it. I know. I
Yeah.
know. I
Yeah.
know. Yeah, there's certain rules about those things, and it
Good.
is too
That's
bad.
a good
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been
Given
yelled at
today's-
about it before, and I get it, but it is.
Yeah, it's
We have to.
but again, that's the worship of the thing,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
honoring the person. Again,
Right,
is
right.
so we do that at the Margaret home. Do we grow drunk at them?
Right. Right.
So the things in the Margaret home are, would you want them?
Right. Yeah.
It's honoring the person
yes.
with the environment that they're in.
Yes. We had Kamika on yesterday from the clothing room, and she was talking about that and saying, when we sort the clothes, like we make sure that we're taking out the best of the best
Right.
because that's what we want you to be able to shop for, when you're.
Because
Yeah.
they already, as a community, we've already tossed them to the curb in many, many ways.
Right, right.
Not mentally, in reality, and
Right.
physically. Now we're going to give them our throwaways as
Yeah,
well, and
yeah.
our beat up furniture,
Yeah.
and our beat up, and yes, there's a place for that, but I think we can do better. I think as a community we can do
Yeah,
better.
yeah.
Either repair it or recycle it,
Right.
but giving it to somebody because I wouldn't even wear it myself. No, it's just not honoring the person.
It's not dignified.
It's not
Yeah,
dignified.
yeah. And it's not necessary because there is so much extra of everything that we don't need. It's not like we need to do it that way either,
Right, right.
So.
Yeah. So many pieces to that puzzle. There's so many, I look at it as like a wheel with Christ at the center, and so many spokes that talk about life.
Yeah.
End of life, in the middle of life, supplying individuals and helping them with jobs and education
Right,
and material
right.
goods and mental health support, which is a huge piece.
Right.
All of those pieces of programming and what makes us as a community, housing and bills being paid for heating and
Right.
all of those important aspects. Each one of those spokes helps us roll as a community more fluidly down the
Yes,
path
yeah.
as we live together.
Mhm.
And we become less divisive when we walk
Right.
in a community that's supporting one another.
Right.
And doing so in the rightly ordered way, loving God first.
That's right. And I think that's a great way to wrap it up. Oh, that's not my next one. I thought, yeah. Before I
Fall asleep here. We're gonna rest here now. She's gonna rest, and I'm just gonna tell you about the different vehicles going by. It's okay, Anna. Take a snooze.
Right.
It's okay. You're doing good work. It's time for you to rest.
It's time to rest.
I hope you have
Yeah.
a warm
Yes.
weekend.
Yes.
No
Yes.
responsibilities, and you just cozy up in a
You know me better than that, Paula.
know.
Yeah, I'm actually. I was.
You're going fishing tomorrow, right?
I will be going fishing at some point tomorrow. I'm actually. We have an annual girls trip for my mom's side of the family. That we do every fall on Columbus Day weekend.
Oh,
And so we're going
This
to the Poconos, and we kind of take over this bed and breakfast. And I've got to drive 4 hours to the Poconos in the morning. We were supposed to go today, and my team actually convinced me. They were like, you can't stay up for 36 hours and then drive 4 hours. And I was like, it'll be fine. They're like, no, you can't. So I was
actually,
like,
I know
okay.
I would. You get in the car on the hum of the road.
Yeah.
I'd be an
It just,
accident waiting
yeah,
to happen.
yes.
Yeah.
So I submitted to that. And so instead of tonight, we're going to leave first thing in the morning. So,
It's like jet lag, I guess. It's a,
Yeah,
you're
it is.
Jet lagged a little
Yeah.
bit.
yeah. So, but that'll be good. It'll be great to see my family. It's a lovely place. My daughter's going and my mom. And so we'll still have the one night and so it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Then you're just not thinking about anything, so that's a form of relaxation.
Yeah, it is. And I don't mind the drive. And
Only 4
love to, to where we're going. Yeah.
You just the throughway and down.
Yeah.
I-80,
Yeah. It's like you go down in Syracuse, I think.
I-81.
Yeah. So that'll
Well,
be
it'll
nice.
be a nice weekend too, I think.
It is.
I
It's
think it's supposed
yeah.
to rain on Sunday though.
That's okay.
Are you fishing
I like the
there?
rain. Probably. Yeah, I fished there last year when we were there. And because it'll only be, I don't have as much time as I typically would. We'll still
What
make
kind
it
of
to
fish do you
something.
catch?
Mostly trout. That's what I like to fish for,
Do
is
you
trout.
clean it yourself?
No. Mostly a catch and release. if one of my kids is with me, they would actually clean them. No. No, I'll order it in a restaurant. I love fish. And I love rainbow trout. It's like one of the best tasting
Yes.
fish there are.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I'm fishing, I don't want to have to. I just want to be out there and not have to deal with all that. So it's the
art,
therapy.
yes.
It's the art of the cast. It's the rhythm. It's the just
Movement of
being
the water.
standing out in the middle of a stream with nobody around, and yeah. So
I'd like to go and see what that's like.
you should. And then I'll come to the
I'll wrap
boxing ring
you
with
up
you.
and
Yeah,
we'll
there
go
we
and-
go.
We'll go and fight.
I think we both get some therapy out of those things.
I think so. I think so. All right. Well, I'm gonna
All right.
head off.
Okay. Good to
And
see you.
Oh, look, I get a
Thank you
hug.
so much.
I
Yeah.
get a hug.
Yeah. See, that's how tired I am. Yep. All right.
luck.
Thank you. Bye. Yeah. We good? Okay. Test, test, test. Stephanie?
Yep, this is Stephanie.
Okay. Are you working today?
I am.
Yeah.
I got permission to pop over here.
Okay, all right. I won't keep you for too long. I at this point I'm losing steam at about 20 minutes.
All right.
So,
Cool.
so we'll get through it. Yeah. So if you could just introduce yourself and what you do and
Sure.
why you decided to participate.
So my name's Stephanie Forrester. I am a person in recovery.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I just celebrated 9 years yesterday.
Wonderful. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
Congratulations.
Very cool.
Yes.
And I have founded a couple organizations that serves our unhoused community members, people struggling with mental health and substance use. And I currently work at OMH RPC with the MIT team, the Mobile Integration
wonderful.
Unit.
Yeah.
So I have my hands in everywhere that I can.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So, so what made you want to participate in this, and what would you like to kind of raise awareness about through this conversation?
There's so much stigma around the people that we serve. It's been in the news. You know, the people that we're serving get looked at, looked through, ignored.
Yeah.
And it's really sad. And
Yeah.
they don't deserve that.
Yeah.
The majority of the unhoused community members that I know would give the shirt off their back to anyone. And I've seen them.
Yeah.
You know, my daughter will come to outreach with us,
Sure.
and there are a few people who will be like, "Oh my gosh, I've been saving something for her," and they'll go to their tent and they have found like a skateboard in the dumpster and they've fixed it.
Wow.
And they will give it to her.
Yeah.
And like this is that.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
just because their homes, a tent or whatever it may be, look different than ours.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that
Yeah.
we treat them differently.
Right.
It doesn't mean that they're criminals.
So how do you think, so what would you say to, when I was speaking at the city council hearing last week, and obviously you probably heard some of the things that were said there about that particular, even like in the North Clinton area, that's where you do a lot of your work, right? So what do you say to, like, what is the response to that kind of, to the perspective of not necessarily seeing the human aspect or the what's going on, what's the person behind that, the person that is going to be repairing a skateboard at a tent for a little girl, or where what they're if what they're seeing is the mess left behind or whatever it is. How do we balance that? How do you respond to that? What's the best way? And I'm really asking because we get both sides of that, right? So we see both sides of that. So yeah.
So I've personally experienced seeing and being attacked by places that are meant to like lift up people and lead them to God, the God of their understanding. And like, I know the God of my understanding would be out here and loving on these people. I think it's hard because like we see the city come in and remove things like garbage cans.
Right.
They've removed the big needle bins that Trillium had been collecting that had been preventing a lot of this drug stuff left behind.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And it's always, and I hate like bringing it up like this because I truly believe that drug selling is just as much of an addiction as consuming drugs. But they're never talking about the people on the corners.
Interesting.
Supplying.
Interesting.
This.
Yeah.
Things haven't changed. This has been ongoing in the North Clinton corridor for decades.
Yes.
On decades. I don't know. I feel like the solution is overdose prevention centers and more harm reduction. Leading with love. Like when we meet people where they're at and start talking about how you can take care of yourself while you're using, let's keep you alive. Let's keep you as healthy as possible. Let's keep you from potentially spreading other diseases or bloodborne pathogens to other community members. And that gets people thinking about, okay, my health really does matter. And I do love my community because because these people, again, live differently than us, they're still our neighbors. They're not less than, they're our neighbors. And we see slow changes, whether it's shifting from injecting to smoking or snorting. And then, then they make the change to go to detox. And then, like, it's this ripple effect. And, sometimes it's just moderation. That's the goal. And whether it stays there or not, we love them right where they are.
So maybe that's something that I think, some who may question the, not the method, but kind of the idea of harm reduction in general, not because they doubt it, but because they don't understand. Maybe there's not an understanding of the long-term outcomes, or like if how much do you think is or how much of that work do you think does result in people making that decision to go into treatment?
So much. I mean, if you think about when in the 80s, 90s, we were experiencing the HIV and AIDS pandemic. We didn't have access to a lot of harm reduction tools. We got access to harm reduction tools, and what happened? Those rates dropped significantly. And it's the same thing. Like, they're saying, oh, look, some of our overdose deaths and rates are going down. Why do you think that is? Access to harm reduction, like naloxone or the tools, because we're not just talking about overdoses. We're talking about like infections, endocarditis, the lifestyle.
I think, and I think that's so important. I've talked about this with a couple other people throughout this, and trying to, it's kind of like in homelessness, and how we do with homelessness. You've got, no one wants to see people on the street. Okay, but that's where the agreement ends. And so like in the world of addiction and substance use, it's like everyone agrees drugs are bad, right? But that's where the agreement ends. So then it becomes, well, is it harm reduction? Is it treatment mandate? Is it, all of these different things? There's so many different things, and I think sometimes that becomes a distraction from understanding that, like housing, we need elements of all the different housing models. We can't just say, like, I say this all the time, we can't be a housing first only. That has to be part of the solution, but not the entire solution, because it works for some, but not all. And the same thing, I would imagine, goes for recovery efforts, because you want, if someone's going to be able to be prevented from overdosing, that should be a good thing. And we also want to make sure that people are being motivated and incentivized and encouraged to get into treatment. So there's there's room. I feel like there's room for everything on the spectrum, and we just, because we often lose sight of how to find that, and because we just kind of, like I said, we end with the agreement that, well, we don't want that to be an issue anymore. Okay, well, let's not let the differences separate us. Let's see how we can all fit into that, right?
So when I first started at the mobile immigration team, I was very against like forced treatment, forced anything.
Yes, sure.
And I go back and forth with this all the time because I work with people who are struggling with mental health issues first and foremost during my daytime job.
Right.
And there are some people who need support in the community, whether they're choosing not to take their medications, which makes them start to backslide.
Right.
And they need, you know, that guiding force to like remind them, oh, these do help me.
Yeah.
And I can get back. I can get back into community.
Right.
And so I've seen it do great things.
Yeah.
As well as, you know, I have a lot of friends who ended up in the court system.
Right.
Having to do like drug court or
To stay out of jail. Right.
And so you're totally right.
Yeah.
Like there's multiple pathways to recovery, and everyone's so different, and it's figuring out what's going to work for me.
Right.
And that
and
is,
making sure that all the different options are accessible. They're available and accessible.
right. Absolutely.
Yeah. So what do you think is the biggest challenge facing the folks that you're doing outreach with right now?
Access to mental health support. And access to safe and non-barrier
low barrier,
shelter.
Right. Okay. I do think it's interesting because as we're kind of trying to shift our model, not shift it, but you know, we've been talking very openly about this, about we moved our men over from 210 to 156, and we're partnering with Sister Grace's team over at 210 for a year. And one of the reasons for doing that is because, you know, we got so overcrowded in that shelter that it was just like nothing was able to get done because we were just trying to survive and just trying to maintain some sort of semblance of order just so that people don't fall apart. Because this is you and I in a confined, tight room with no windows and the downstairs, you know, all day. The darkest parts of us would come out too. That's not, you know, so add trauma and all the other high risk, you know, circumstances that they're dealing with. It's no wonder it wasn't working. So we finally had to say enough's enough. We've tried to get help for securing a bigger location. It's not working. So we're going to do it our way. We're going to move them over there, put them in a different environment, try to really get to the root of why they're with us and create some treatment plans. And also we know that lower barrier, because we're pretty low barrier, but that lower barrier, let's say, shelter access needs to be maintained somehow, because then it's just it's non-existent anymore with the loss of some, you know, recent shelters having to close. So I think that so that's why we're thrilled to be able to partner with them, because who does it better than Sister Grace? You know, and so but doing it in a way that, you know, and we've been very, you know, clear, we're not letting the shelter get overcrowded again, because then we'll just be in the same place, you know. So, but this is a way to maintain a continuity of service and access, but also be able to meet that critical need that you're talking about. You know, it's a drop in the bucket. I know there needs to be more, but these are the things that we can do, where maybe we would do things a little bit differently than them, but that doesn't mean that the need does not exist for all of them. So yeah. So okay, so access to mental health. And how do you think, and I'll end with this because I know you've got to get to work, how do you think the community should be responding? And you cited some of the issues with like neighbors in the area, and just understanding that there's a whole other side to these individuals that maybe they're not seeing. From that clinical perspective, what do you think the solution is in terms of how do we advocate for better access to mental health?
I think like education. Yeah. Like, okay, I want to hear what you have to say, and I'll be open to listening to, but be open to listening to me as well, please. Because just because I don't currently live in the city doesn't mean I never did. And that is a lot of pushback I experience with like city council members, the mayor, or sometimes community members. Like, you don't live here. Well, I lived here for more than 15 years of my life. And yes, some of it was homeless, but for a lot of the time I was a tax-paying working citizen. Right. And I'm also a person with lived experience. So like I'm proof that we can come out on the other side and let me share like what worked for me and statistics on these other incredible things
Yeah.
like harm reduction, like
Right.
what an OPC looks like.
Mhm.
And like one of the things that I think is the hardest thing that I deal with during the week is we get notified of the people that we're serving who are in and out of the hospital all night long, multiple times a night. They're going in because they're struggling with their mental health, and they're released within like 2 or 3 hours, and they go right back in, and it's this vicious cycle. And a lot of places don't want to take them because they're struggling with these extreme mental health struggles. So they don't have anywhere to go.
Right.
And like if they did, and money is such a big part of it for a lot of people in the community. But those ambulance rides, the hospital visits, like having different options for low barrier shelters, and like, could you imagine if we had like a mental health shelter, like specific to people who've been red flagged at other places, because they have to go somewhere, and once they're in and accepted and do some type of program and get stabilized back to baseline, they're back in the community,
and they get to have a glimmer of what could be. That's really interesting. I know something like that was being piloted maybe in Baltimore. I can't remember where. But you know, it's interesting that you say that too, because we have been experiencing that. Part of the reason for our overcrowding had to do with hospitals discharging the people that you're talking about, and they would come to us. But again, if it's the 100th person in a 52-bed shelter and they're experiencing symptoms, and they're, because of that, they're behaviorally acting out, and that's disrupt, you know, so, and it's not good for them either to be there, because it's just making their condition worse.
And it's a lot
and we're not clinical. That's what we keep saying to people. We're like, the hospitals are discharging people that have purely clinical needs, and they're coming to us, and we're a shelter provider, you know. And so we want to, and when we were at 52 people, we can manage some of that, you know, because there's space, and we can take someone aside and try and de-escalate and work, you know. But when you're elbow to elbow, there's just nothing you can do, you know. So like you said, we could be perfectly okay and still act out, you know.
And this is why like a lot of people want to stay in the encampment, because they have this community that knows who they are. And they're supportive, and you know, this community of people will save each other, use Narcan, protect each other if something is happening in the encampment. So
Okay. Lots of work to be done. You guys do great work. Thank you for what you're doing, and congratulations on your continued recovery and all of that. Yes. So if we can help in any way, I know you guys are supporting Sister Grace's team, but if we can help in any way, always reach out. Feel free to reach out when you know.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you, and good to meet you in person.
Yes,
finally. Have a good day at work.
Thank you.
Watch your step with the cord. Yep. Thank you. You got your drink?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Off. I'm losing my voice.
Is it Anne or Anna?
Anna. Yep. And sorry, I'm very tired. What was Carl? Carl. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Good to go? Test,
Yes.
test. Okay, thank you. Okay, and we are back with Conversations on a Bench. My name is Anna Valeria. I'm the CEO of the Open Door Mission, and this is a 24-hour event. We started at 3 p.m. yesterday. We're raising awareness of all the different aspects of homelessness, and we've had some scheduled interviews and some walk-up interviews, and we have just asked Carl for an interview. And do you introduce yourself, Carl, and say who you're with and who you're here?
My name's Carl Conti. I am a remember, but more importantly, I wanted to stop by because of the cause and the work that you're doing, which I think is wonderful. I have to say, it breaks my heart when I see the homeless out on the street or, pull up to a stoplight
Right.
and, they're holding the signs or whatever. And, I really appreciate this opportunity to have this one-on-one with you. And
It's okay. They say they can still hear us.
yeah,
We're trusting the sound system.
yeah. So and quite often, you really don't know what to do.
Yeah,
We all have charities that we give to, and of course, Open Door Mission is one of my favorite. Because it's hard to think of too many causes that are more important than what you're doing.
Yeah.
But I guess the solution to me, in my mind, because I'm kind of an outsider, it seems to be very challenging. And like I said, you see the homeless on the street, and they're always asking for a few bucks, and you don't know whether should you give them a few bucks, and maybe they might use it for food, or who knows what it might go towards. You know what I mean? So that's why I would rather donate, to an organization like yourself, because I know where the money's going.
Right.
I mean, I've even, I think a couple times I've even, homeless, hungry, whatever, work for food. Okay, there's McDonald's across the street. Meet me over there. I'll buy you, I'll buy you breakfast.
Sure.
I've done that a couple times and actually sat with them because I want to know the story.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, I think once, was a veteran that probably had some sort of
PTSD. Yeah.
And, geez, he even pulled up his shirt and he had wounds on his body and everything. And I was like, wow. Another time it was a young man who had a relationship with a girl that was just underage, and it put a mark on his record, and he was having trouble getting work.
Right.
So there's all different kind of reasons.
Right.
I'm sure some of them are probably, I want to say fixable, but some of these people are somewhat broken, and being able to get them, back in society to be contributing a member of society is got to be challenging, and I'm sure you have some solutions for that.
Right.
To try to get them on the right path. What they are, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and I think, you make a good point in even just the individuals that you've talked to have different stories, different backgrounds, and probably different needs, and so the solution for everyone can look a little different. So one of the things I think that's unique about Open Door is that we really provide and offer the full spectrum of options when it comes to housing, emergency housing, transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, housing eviction prevention. So people that, we're trying to prevent from even having to enter into the housing system, so I think one of the things that we think is so important is that we understand the diversity of need when it comes to the homeless population, so that, when we advocate for, policy changes, for example, we're advocating for whether it's HUD or New York State or Monroe County to be able to not just look at one solution to end homelessness and actually offer to fund a more diverse population of housing models. And we have the added benefit too of being 90% privately funded. So we fortunately and gratefully do not have to necessarily be beholden to whatever kind of priorities or mandates the federal, state, or local government are, implementing, because we can really and truly identify the needs that are right here in the community, regardless of what Washington or Albany say, and we can actually meet those needs in a very unique and independent way.
Very good. And I want to tell you, I give you a lot of credit, and this is, I guess, an excellent way to bring awareness. But you've been out here all night in the freezing cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good for you. Thank you very much. I wanted to kind of, insert that, because that's huge, and hopefully a lot of people will see this and.
And the hope is that it's conversations, right? So I love the fact that you were willing to participate in this and be here to kind of say, here's what I see, and listen to kind of learn more about what we do. That's the whole point of this, is raising awareness and ensuring that people have the opportunity to hear housing it should not be just a one-size-fits-all approach, and that there are people in our community every single day, every single district. This is not isolated just to the city of Rochester. This occurs in the towns and in the suburbs and the rural areas. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Yeah.
Not even just this country, but I've been overseas too. It's everywhere.
Yeah, it is.
It's everywhere.
Yeah.
So the solution can't be that easy, because if everybody's having the same problem.
Right.
But so one of the things that I hear, because sometimes I'll talk to the homeless, I'll say, hey, why don't you go down to Open Door Mission? They got programs, or they whatever. And I don't know if this is just a generic cop out or whatever, but they always say it's overcrowded.
Yeah.
And then is that?
And it is.
Okay.
It absolutely is. So, we have, we are no longer, as of last Wednesday, we moved the men from 210 West Main over here to 156 North Plymouth to decompress the shelter, so that for example, we were sleeping, I think we peaked at 140 people this past year in our 52-bed shelter over there. So it was very, very crowded. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I've discussed a lot of those throughout this last 24 hours. But it is definitely true that it's overcrowded. But I'll use this opportunity to say a couple of myths about the shelter that some people, either they say maybe it's an excuse, or they actually still believe it to be true. And one is that we require an ID. That is a myth. We do not require ID to come into our shelter.
Oh, you don't?
We do not. And if someone doesn't have an ID, we will absolutely encourage them and offer them the opportunity to obtain an ID. The biggest thing is that we have to make sure, we have people coming in to volunteer, children, we have to make sure that, we know who's in the shelter,
And even just getting an ID, like I think one of the homeless persons I spoke to, they mentioned that, and that there is a path or a way to help people.
ID for me.
Because even if they want to get some sort of a job, you can't get a job without it.
Yeah, everyone has to have an ID.
Yeah.
But it's not a barrier to our shelter. And the other myth that still, I don't know how this still floats around, but is that, either you have to attend a chapel service in order to get a meal, or you have to convert or something like that. We are absolutely a Christian organization. We offer chapel every single day in our shelter, but it is not something that people, have to participate in order to receive a meal or anything like that. It is there. And what we've noticed over the years is that I could probably count on one hand the number of people who've opted to kind of sit in the back and, physically kind of withdraw from that. Most people see it as an encouraging word and a wonderful opportunity to receive some hope and encouragement.
Any kind of religion is good, regardless of what denomination it is.
Yeah.
And Yeah. So, but
Yep.
anyways, I won't keep you. I know there's probably other people waiting to.
Well, we're
to
actually
sit
the
down.
next thing on the slate is our all staff meeting. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
half staff meeting, I think, at this point, because we have people that are working at the other locations and some joining online. But they are assembling here for this, and they're cold.
Okay.
So I'm
I
gonna,
see
I
Robert
promise
over
them
there.
that I'll keep it. Yeah. Oh, you know Robert. Yeah,
Around the
everybody
corner,
knows
yeah,
Robert.
Yeah, well, I met him a few weeks ago when we did some painting at the.
Oh, that's right. You had that
at
big
the-
project.
yeah,
Yes.
the Rotary did
Yes.
some painting at the Open Door Mission.
That was wonderful. Thank you for that. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, listen. Like I said, I won't keep you, but thank you for taking a minute.
Thank
to
you,
talk
and
with
thank
me,
you for all the
and
work
I
the
really
Rotary does.
Appreciate
Yeah.
your effort here.
Thank you.
Hopefully, you get some traction.
Yeah.
And it helps out the cause.
That's right. Thank you so much. Good to meet
Have
you,
a-
Carl.
have a great
All right,
day.
you too. I'll get up first so you can. It's easier to get out.
Hey, can we, do you want to cut to something else?
Okay, thank you.
Good to go?
This?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, and we're back. We had a brief but productive all-staff meeting, half-staff meeting, we'll call it, I guess. We have a lot of locations, so we have people working other shifts in other buildings, and so we get what we can. But now we are joined by Nikki. Nikki, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us, just introduce yourself, what your role is here, and what would you like to talk about today?
Okay, well, my name is Nicole Coleman. I'm the clothing room coordinator here at the downtown location at 20 North Plymouth Avenue. I've been working here for just over a year now as staff, but I came on initially as a volunteer member, and I was volunteer for almost 8 years.
A long time, yeah, yeah. That's amazing. And you have so tell us about the clothing room, how it works, you know, what's the donation process, and you know, kind of how does it work over there?
Okay, well,
Over
first of all, I think it's important to know that our clothing room runs almost 99.8% off of donations. We depend on our community. We depend on our local neighbors. To make donations, we take in clothing, we take in shoes, housewares, hygiene, things of that nature. Everything that we give out is totally free.
Yep.
One of the great things about us and our program in the clothing room is that there is no background necessary.
Right.
There is no referral necessary.
People can call and make appointments themselves. They can self-refer.
People can, they can self-refer. They can make their own appointments. And when they come in, we service the whole family. Doesn't matter how many members in your family. As long as you can provide some kind of identification for each member, that's all you really need. And on the backside of that, the clothing room also services the emergency walk-in, which does not require appointments. And on the back end, the clothing room also supports our shelters, our women's shelter, our men's shelters, Genesis House, and, you know, any other outside entity or programs that a person may need, any items, we provide those things too.
Right. And so you provide internally and externally as well. And what are the things that you need the most help with right now?
Right now, I have to say our struggle is most definitely hygiene.
Okay. Yeah.
And
That's consistent. Kamika was on yesterday. She said the same thing.
Full size and trial size hygiene. That's definitely where we're a little short at. We're also short, as usual, with undergarments, men's underwear, women's underwear, children, of course. We normally get in a pretty generous donation of socks. We did get some of those in about a month or so ago, and because the weather turned pretty fast, that donation has turned pretty fast too. So now we're short on socks again, and you know, it's just an ongoing thing. We can never get in enough hygiene and undergarments.
Okay, good. And then what about, I know one critical thing that we need, and I'm wondering if we have a need for more participation now, is volunteers to sort.
Yes.
Is that something like, what's the need level there?
So our need level for volunteers is great, and it will probably always be great because the demand for what we do is always at an all-time high.
Right.
There is a very large amount of donations that comes in every single day, and with our department being staffed with a small number, we do depend on volunteers to come in, you know, and kind of help us get that sorting done, so we can make sure we get clothes out on the floor, and we're providing our shelters with what they need. So we depend on our volunteers a lot.
Yes, absolutely. And it's really important, I think, for people to know that if you volunteer, that helps us get more items out, be able to identify the ones that, you know, because like you have said this, Kamika said this, you know, you guys really pride yourself on making sure that we're delivering the best of what we have to our families, because that's they're the consumer, they're the ones that we want to bless with these items. So and we do get a lot of wonderful donations, and sometimes we have to sort through to find them, to find the hidden gems, you know. So it's a good problem to have, an overabundance, but it's so critical that we're able to keep up with the load.
Right.
So,
Right. So we do we like to advocate tremendously for the donations to continue to pour in. But like you said, with that being said, we also have to advocate for the volunteers to continue to sign up and
to
come
keep up
in.
with it,
Yes, there's never going to be a time where we don't need volunteers. We're going to need volunteers no matter what time of season, no matter what the reason are, we're going to always need volunteers. So we do encourage, our community to come out, sign up, volunteer on our volunteer hub, opendoormission.com. We're always looking for you. We'll always welcome you into our home.
Wonderful. I love how you put it that way. And I was talking about yesterday, the experience of coming into the clothing room as you have set it up to be really makes it like it's really a shopping experience. It feels very much kind of like a boutique. You decorate, and all the things that you're doing in the clothing room are things that are donated. So I was talking about how you guys, have the best Christmas tree, in the city in there, and it's all based on things that have come to us. So I think that's something that's important for people to know is that you guys really take a lot of pride in what you do. And that's with the purpose of serving the families who come in as who they are, children made in the image of God, and that's how we treat everyone that comes to our doors. And you guys do an excellent job at that.
Well, I thank you. It's always been number one priority to me that we maintain the integrity of the clothing room, especially in the line of appearance.
Yes.
There's a lot of closed closets who, when you go there to visit for needs, you're digging through bins.
Right.
And we wanted to set ours up in a boutique fashion, as you said, so that when our clients come in, they don't feel less than.
Right.
You know what I mean? They get a shopping experience. Our clothes are on racks. Our clothes are neat and orderly. They're on racks by sizes, and by department. We want to make sure that the people that come and visit our clothing room at the Open Door Mission knows that we care. And that we're giving the best of the best, so that when they walk out, they're not walking out feeling the same way that they walked in. That's number one priority for us.
Right. Absolutely. Well, you guys keep up the great work. I can't wait to see what you do to decorate for Christmas in a couple weeks.
Big.
I know, I'm sure. I can't wait.
It's going to be big. Well, I thank you for having me so very much.
Of course.
You do an excellent job.
Thank you. So do you.
So
Thank
much.
you, Nikki.
Thank you.
Oh, here, I'll get out. I'll get out so you can get out. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. And we're continuing things here on Conversations on a Bench. Now we would like to welcome Chelsea. I am getting, a little droopier.
Sure.
I'm okay.
Good.
Chelsea, if you could introduce yourself and talk about your role and what would you like to talk about today?
Yeah, so my name is Chelsea. I am the case manager for our emergency shelters. So I work with both the men and women. I work with them from the day they come into the shelter until they find housing placements, however that looks for each individual. And just kind of addressing any needs that they may need while they are in the shelter. One of the great things that I love about Open Door Mission is that we kind of make sure that everyone's needs are addressed. We don't try and put someone into housing before they're ready. So one of the biggest things that I work on is kind of making sure that they have all of those needs addressed, not just putting them in housing when they're not ready for it.
That's awesome. I absolutely love that. I've never heard you articulate it that way before, so I really, really love that. Because we know if we put them into housing too quickly, they'll just be back in our shelter. So, so talk a little bit about, when you're the case manager for both the men and the women. When we're sleeping as many people as we are, how do you manage that? How do you prioritize and how do you maintain that?
Yeah.
We always talk about we need a second Chelsea, but not like someone who's like you, but you.
Yeah.
And we can't do that yet.
Yeah.
So how do you manage that?
I get that. So it's taken me a while to master it. For me, it's really just kind of determining who needs the most help, because one of the things that I've learned since coming into this role is there are some people that truly, they'll come into our shelter for a week and they've already found an apartment for themselves in that week.
Yep.
And then there are some that are coming with higher needs that need more of that support from a case manager, more of the love and care to get themselves ready.
Right.
So one of the first things I do when I meet with people is kind of determining what level of care they're looking for, and then kind of basing how I meet with them and how I approach them and kind of the level of care that they get from me based on that. So that's really how I manage everything, is kind of seeing who I'm meeting with the most often, who just kind of needs that extra encouragement every once in a while.
So you really had to kind of create your own process of prioritization and and assessment kind of planning.
Yeah.
So you have had that's just how you maintain your kind of the baseline of your job, so to speak, right? Which is a big job. Now you've had, in recent months, you've had the added pressure of saying, all right, we've got 100 people in our shelter. We need to get it down to 50 so that we can move people over to 156 without displacing anybody.
Yeah.
And somehow we kind of pulled that off. And how did you do that? I know it was kind of a team effort, but you know, as case management is a big piece of that, you know, how did you guys manage that?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me was kind of giving that extra push for people that were able to take that extra push. I know sometimes it's hard because I like to think we're such a great organization that people don't want to leave.
Right.
But kind of giving that extra push for the people that are ready. What do you need to truly feel ready?
Right.
And seeing who was able to go somewhere else, who did have that support, who did have the ability to either move into housing or go into transitional programs.
Right.
And making sure, or going into treatment programs, whether that's for mental health, substance use, what have you. Making sure that they had those resources so they could go into those programs that would get them more ready to be placed into housing.
Okay, wow. And so now that we're here, and I'll end with this. Now that we're here and we're moved over to 156, what are you seeing so far?
I think even being so soon after we moved, the move to 156 has been so instrumental to helping the people that we try and help. I think it's even, obviously, as case management for me, being in one location is so much easier for me.
Right.
That's what that's about. But having everyone right there is so much easier to be able to meet with those people and talk to them more regularly.
Right.
But just having the smaller numbers and having everything in one area just provides so much more support for the people we do have in the shelter. It allows the staff to kind of do those one-on-one interactions with people. And it's just been, you can see the difference in the clients.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Almost immediately.
It's just so encouraging to hear. And if you could ballpark, because I know you've had a lot of good success, how many folks in the past, couple months do you think you've been able to place in permanent housing?
I would say in the last 2 months, probably 15 to 20.
And that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. We're hearing all the time how hard it is. And it is. It's really hard to find housing for anybody. I'm sure that's a combination of the prioritization list and independent housing and, and everything in between. And that's just incredible. And that really shows, I think it's interesting that it took us kind of taking the pressure on ourselves to make this change. And it's interesting that when you put a little bit of pressure behind something, if it's for the right reason, it actually can accomplish really amazing things, because like you said, maybe a year ago, if we were where we were, there wouldn't necessarily be a push or a motivation or a reason to say, hey, we got to move here. So, and you're actually eligible and could make this work. We really should make that happen. Given that encouragement and motivation, it may not have been there a year ago. It would still have been there, but there wouldn't have been a push and a reason behind it, beyond we want you to do well and get better and find housing, So that's just incredible. So what else would you like people to know about your job or what you're seeing on a daily basis? Mission moment, maybe? Another mission moment?
I mean, in terms of a mission moment, I think I came into this job with no background in human services whatsoever. I was an insurance agent before I came here, so very, very big job shift.
Uh-huh.
But just the amazing things that I've seen since I worked here, the successes, the devotionals, the testimonials that I've heard of these people that are coming in with nothing, and after whether it's 3 months or 6 months or however much time it takes them, coming back and thanking the mission for everything that we did, and they're in their first apartment that they haven't had an apartment in 5 years. Their apartment, they love it. Just the fact that we give people the time and the space to kind of build themselves up from the ground is, I think, means so much more, because you see so many more people that are sustaining their housing because they had that time and they have the support.
And because you took the time to make sure that they were ready.
Yes.
And that's kind of another key element that we have been talking to, and a theme that has come up regularly for these past 24 hours. So yes. Awesome. Great work, Chelsea. Thank you. And just so you know, you came in as a case manager with no experience from being an insurance agent. I started my career in this field as a case manager after being a senior legal editor for legal encyclopedias before coming here. So just putting that out there.
Yeah.
So.
You don't need experience.
You don't need experience. You just need to have the heart and the drive to be able to get the work done. Yes. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Keep up the good work. Let us know. I think I got my mic on. Bring that closer to you, John.
Okay.
You know how to work a mic.
Yeah, somewhat.
You're somewhat
right?
familiar. All right, thank you. Good? Yeah. Okay. If you could just introduce yourself, John, and talk a little bit about your background, what you do, and what would you like to talk about today?
Okay. My name is John Iacucci. I work at a church called Calvary Assembly of God in Shiloh. I work with I oversee kind of our volunteers who do different community partnerships. So we work with the Open Door Mission and also with some refugee resettlement organizations and local schools and things like that. And what do I want to talk about?
Yeah.
I guess I would say you have a unique pulse on Rochester's community. And especially in the case of homelessness, what are the things right now that you're thinking this is the best next step for Rochester?
Well, we've been talking about that a lot, actually, and I'm actually going to refer. I had to do a presentation for City Council last week on the issue of homelessness, so I'm actually going to cite the 3 kind of calls to action that I kind of ended the presentation for them with, and the first of which is collecting data from as many organizations as possible.
Okay.
One of the things that we see as a deficit, I believe, in how we approach the issue of homelessness is that all the data we have that helps dictate and inform how we fund, how we collaborate, comes primarily from agencies who receive, kind of mainstream funding. And so what that does is it leaves out, I actually was referencing Calvary last night because, it leaves out so many agencies that are doing work that's not necessarily being tracked. So I think of all the families you guys help on, throughout the year, right? And that's just it's not like an official program.
Right.
It's just you being to church and being engaged and responsive and being supportive. And then there's organizations like ours who we have a larger program base, but they're not government funded programs, so that information is not necessarily being tracked by anyone but us.
Right.
I referenced, the Margaret Home. I interviewed the executive director for the Margaret Home this morning. They're out in East Rochester doing incredible work with pregnant and parenting moms. And there's so many organizations, and in other districts, many cities across the country, those non-funded organizations are often doing at least like 50% of the work in any given community. So I think it's really important that local governments start being more intentional about gathering the outcomes from as many agencies as possible that are doing this work, because I think it'll help open their eyes to what other concepts are out there that are highly effective. Faith-based recovery programs. Again, we're tracking information, but nobody else is. So I think that's one piece. I think a second piece is increasing our collaboration and participation with clinical providers.
Okay.
A huge need. This has again been a theme throughout this whole 24 hours. Has been the need for clinical mental health and addiction recovery services. Us as we're an emergency shelter. Yes, we have an addiction recovery program, but we see the highest level of need in our emergency shelter. We're not a clinical provider, so we're busting at the seams in a shelter now, a little less so with the move over to 156. But we're having these high-level clinical needs come in that we're just not equipped to manage.
Right.
And so we want to be able to have the resources to be able to send people where they need to go to get the help that they need. And then lastly, it would be identifying and for officials or whoever it is out there, just helping to identify increased funding for the needs for some of these services, specifically emergency and transitional. I think about all the work we do, even with you guys, as little or as a lot as it could be in any given year of partnering with placing people in hotels. All the families, the family needs is just skyrocketing. And there's no funding for that. You guys are doing it out of the generosity of, our congregation, out of the, and we're doing it from the generosity of the community that's supporting us. So we need to be able to look at that and say, like, this is a huge need. How are we going to be able to meet it? Because it's not necessarily sustainable to keep doing it this way.
Yeah.
So those are some of the things I think that are potential next steps that we're looking at.
Okay, I have like 2 different questions.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask
Great.
them, they kind of go different directions. But that made so much sense. On the topic of the putting up people up in hotels.
Yes.
Housing seems like it's such a in such a critical place.
Yeah,
Like I feel like there are so many people who I come into contact with throughout the year who are like, this is my number one need is I don't have some place to go tomorrow, but I also don't have someplace to go next month, and there's all these wait lists for housing. What do you recommend? What's the way forward there?
Yeah. So right before you, I interviewed Chelsea, who's our case manager for our shelter.
Okay.
Chelsea is like a miracle worker when it comes to finding people housing. She just told me, I asked her, I think one of the last questions I asked her was, in the last 2 months, how many people have you been able to get into permanent housing? And she said it was like 15 to 20. And that's like unheard of.
Right.
That's like the numbers that we used to do like pre-COVID,
Right.
So now that is a combination of subsidized housing and independent housing and, all the things
Yeah.
in between. Some of that's even, no, that's actually just house. That's actually housing. So she's been able to accomplish that. And not, it's the whole team. But I think what that points to is having dedicated people, like a resource navigator, case managers, who can really get to know, make contacts with landlords, understand apartments and how they work. Because one thing I've learned when I started in this field as a case manager is when you build relationships with landlords, you start making referrals, they begin to trust you, even
Right.
if they don't necessarily have the trust in someone coming in who they're not sure, if it's subsidized, if it's not, are they gonna, is it a risk for them?
Right.
But they begin to trust the person making the referral, and that begins to open the doors for that person making those referrals too.
Okay, so it's kind of a hard question to
Uh-huh,
that.
uh-huh.
There have been times as a church, and I don't know if you're an average human being who's trying to help someone.
Yeah.
There have been times where I'm like, someone's looking for housing, and I want to help them, but I do think to myself, if I am in contact with a landlord and I tell them that this is someone that's going to live there, I actually don't know what's going to happen.
It falls on you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I don't want to break that trust
Yep.
the same way that you're talking
Yes,
about building
yes.
that trust.
That's an excellent question. And I think what that comes from, it's a hard question and it's probably even harder answer, is taking time to get to know the people that you're serving. So let's say, for example, you guys, because you're so invested in this issue, either you partner with us and we have a case manager who you're able to say, we have this person that needs to be placed. We'll put them up, or you'll put them up for a week, and then we'll put them up for a week,
Right.
but the long-term goal is housing. One option would be handing off to another case manager who's got some experience and really getting to know. But another option is you guys kind of taking the time and saying, for a while, we're going to really, when you first start doing the work, and this may sound very kind of like direct and maybe a little bit insensitive, but you believe everything you hear.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You do.
Yes.
And then what? Oh, okay.
585 West Side.
Okay. But then you get to, as you move forward and evolve and get to know, who you're working with, you start being able to read it a little bit better,
Yeah.
right? And so I think some of it has to do with kind of resting in knowing that if you're investing the time in the relationships, you kind of have to have that confidence that even if you're not quite there, trust your discernment, whether it's you or people on your team, people of faith, we have to rely on the discernment that comes from the Holy Spirit, and that overflows into how we read people, how we engage with people, how we learn to either trust or distrust someone. We have to heavily rely on that.
Right.
So I think that is one thing that can help with getting to know the population. The other thing is don't take a risk. That's unfortunately that's the other answer is
Right.
you just don't take that risk until you're ready
Right.
to.
Right. So you actually do believe and are,
Yes.
and are confident in the reasons why.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
makes a lot of
And it takes time. That's one of the biggest struggles of this whole line of work is so much of the efforts that are really effective take time, they take money, and they take, it takes patience, and unfortunately we may have time and patience and potentially even access to resources, but the people that we're serving do not. They're living in very uncertain circumstances. So that's why we have some of these stopgaps, where we place people in a hotel and the next thing you know, they're there for 6 months.
Correct. Yeah.
And that's not sustainable
Right.
either.
Right. Right. And that is where I feel like we still have to get to. I'm like, okay, so what do I do? Because of
Yeah.
course their question is, what do I do tomorrow?
Right,
And I'm
right.
like, would love to tell you,
Right.
and I don't have a good plan.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's where these partnerships are really critical, because you guys, it's important for everyone to know, okay, what can I bring to the table? What are our strengths? What are our resources? And where do they stop?
Right.
Right. So if the strength and the resource is maybe, a limited amount of financial resources and support, or at least being that first call in placement, then it's a handoff.
Right.
This is just kind of an example. Then it becomes a handoff. So this is where our role ends, and this is where your role begins. And that could be whether it's with us or another agency. I mean, and there are, and we could talk offline about this, about the different different agencies and resources that are out there where people could kind of take that handoff. Because I think there's some of those out there. There's Medicaid redesign, there's what the 1115 waivers, there's different things out there that maybe someone could connect with, and and you guys could still function as a potential church home for them, because that gives them the kind of that
relational
long-term
connection,
yes,
which we want to be able to do as
and you
well.
guys are so good at that. I mean, you guys with talk a little bit about the fellowship hour that you guys are doing.
Oh, okay. So it's once a month on the first Wednesday. Actually, we come with a group, and we bring coffee or lemonade in the summertime, and cookies, and we sit down, and the whole premise is learn names and learn stories, which came from you, actually, when we were talking to you about what do people need, and you were like, they need conversation. They need people to be able to talk with, have dignifying conversations. And so you sit down with a stranger, and you ask their name, and then you say, how long have you lived in Rochester? And from there, the conversation takes off.
And that serves so many purposes, I think, and and we've talked about this, but I think it's important for anyone listening to know that something as simple as a conversation that's purely there for the purposes of engagement, and you guys aren't coming in there as staff, you don't have any answers to the questions that they have, right? You're really just coming there to be present. And so much of what we hear in stories and personal testimonies from individuals experiencing homelessness is that's what they want. They want to be heard. They feel ignored, left behind, whatever their trauma has led them to, and they just want to have the chance to be able to kind of feel normal and have a pleasant conversation, and not so well. So that's one piece of it, and the other side of it is it's actually preventative. We see so many. We talk about this a lot. We see so many escalating behaviors as a result of mental illness and addiction, and some of it is literally just because you've got too many people in a crowded shelter. And I was saying this to one of our guests earlier. It's saying, like, even on my best day, on your best day, you find yourself in this crowded, cramped environment where people are, kind of, no one knows what's going on, and people are dealing with different issues coming in all at once. No one is going to be okay with that. That's going to bring no one's going to, the darkest side of anyone is going to come out there. So I think what you guys do really brings, it's preventative from a certain standpoint, from a behavioral standpoint, because maybe someone's coming in and they're just one observation of an argument away from just breaking down, and you guys come in and talk to them. They miss the fact that there's an argument happening over there because they've got somebody to talk to, so things like that really go a long way. What do you think? And I apologize because I've gotten to the point that the interviews are like 20 minutes, and now I've got like maybe 10 before I start kind of.
No, you're good. I'm impressed that you're out here.
So, what would you say to folks who are watching or listening who are thinking about, you represent church involvement, you're personally involved, you're professionally involved, you're spiritually involved. What would you say to people out there who are considering something like, either getting involved or beginning some sort of service with the homeless population?
That's a good question. So one of the things that we talk about when we're talking about fellowship hour, when we're encouraging people to come, when we're talking about it, is you have to assume that you are going to be uncomfortable. And that is something that if you kind of go in and be like, well, this is going to be a walk in the park, you're in for a rude awakening, and then you won't come back. But if you're willing to venture into those uncomfortable places, and I would say if you're willing to venture into those uncomfortable places repeatedly, I've had some incredible conversations at Fellowship Hour with people where I was like, I think you know more about the Bible than I do.
Right.
And that where I left uplifted and started uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And so that's what I would say is be willing to push yourself into the uncomfortable. Have a starting point. Like I said, for me, it's always I ask for someone's name and then I say, how long have you lived in Rochester? Because it's my launch point.
Right.
And from there I can go somewhere.
Right.
So be comfortable to be uncomfortable and have a launch point where you can start from.
Yeah.
And then practice.
Yeah.
It's like anything else. You get better at it as you go.
Right.
I don't know. Does that
Love
make
it.
any sense?
Absolutely. Yes, because I think that's a lot of people might be on, maybe like on the fence because they're like, well, geez, we're talking about crowded situations and behavioral issues. I don't know how to handle that, And I think and what you're saying is that that's okay.
Yes.
Totally.
Totally.
Do it. People say if you're anxious about something, do it anxious.
Right.
Like just do it.
Right.
And you're not doing it for your benefit. You're not even doing it for their benefit because you don't know how it's going to be received.
Right.
You're really doing it to better engage with your spiritual walk and with the Lord and therefore with the community around you. And that's why you do it.
Yeah, I think the Bible talks about like faith is the essence of things that we hope for and the assurance of things that we don't see.
Yeah.
So I go to the Fellowship Hour and I'm like, I might not see any results of what is happening here.
Right.
My faith is that God can move
Right.
here.
That's right. That's right.
Through these conversations, through
Yes.
these prayers.
And you plant the seed and you let the Holy Spirit do its work.
Right.
And we've been talking a lot about planting seeds in the past 24 hours. And we're so grateful that you guys have been doing this and that you've committed to doing, you stay doing it. Cause I know that we've thrown a lot at you and you guys have seen a lot of things, but we know that people look forward to it. It's become one of those things that, oh, it's Wednesday, Fellowship Hour and stuff. So we really appreciate what you guys do. Anything else? Anything else on your mind?
I would just say thank you because you talked about the interconnectedness of things. And for us, we get to this point where we're like, I don't know how to help someone from here. And then I text you. Usually is what happens when they're like, I don't know where I'm going to stay. I'm like, I don't know where you're going to stay. And then I text them, I'm like, Anna, where are they going to stay? So I guess I would just say thank you for the work that you guys are doing and the way that it even allows us to love people through the love that you're giving.
Yeah,
So, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And continued prayers on your future endeavors and of course on your upcoming new addition to your family.
Yes.
You've got a lot going on.
We'll take all the prayer.
Right.
Take all the prayer.
Bring it. Yes. Well, it's all of it's coming your way. So yes. Thank you so much, John.
Thanks,
Always
Anna.
good to see you. And please thank the team as well. We love having you guys around.
I will.
All right. Thanks, John. Hey, Chris. You're Molly. Hi. Nice to meet you. I feel like I've met you before. Oh, probably. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I was talking about True North. Is True North, is it in Leroy? Is it
York.
York?
Oh, York.
Never
Okay.
heard of before.
Livingston County.
Yep. Who? What time is Chris?
Chris is actually right here.
No, I know, but what time is he listed?
No, what time is Chris's?
He's 11:30, right?
12.
11:30. It's the start time, end time. I keep messing it up too.
Yeah,
So he's technically.
6 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Are you taking a break?
Yeah. No. It's still on.
I can...
No, it's okay. No, I'm good. I have Chris, but you're right, and then Molly. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It won't be a long wait though, because I'm down to 10 minutes.
Jonathan's only ever spoken by way of email.
Oh, with Chris?
No.
Oh, with John. Oh,
Yeah.
Did you get to meet him?
No.
Oh no. Okay.
He walks fast.
He does. Yeah. All right, I'm going to steal him away, Thomas.
The body warmth might be good for
Right, it is. And the sun. I keep getting little pieces of the sun when I can. Yeah.
How you holding up? You are HD. You are.
Powering through.
Everyone I told about this, she's doing what? Right.
Like, wow.
And unfortunately, I can't sleep in and I can't take naps. So I've been up since 6 yesterday because I've never been able to nap.
Really?
I'm still, Donnie. Okay. Okay. All right.
Deep breaths.
All right.
Relax.
Deep breaths. Yes.
It's a beautiful fall day.
It is. It
We're
is.
just having a conversation.
Right. Right. Yeah. And we need more rain.
Yes.
We need more rain so I can fish again. It's been too long.
Where do you go to fish?
Awaka. Oh, this time of year.
Lake?
Awatka Creek.
Oh, okay.
And Sandy Creek this time of year, but after everybody leaves after the salmon come in. I like it after that.
Yeah, the salmon still.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're not
yeah.
a salmon fisher.
No.
So what do you like
Not
to
the zombie
catch?
ones. Trout.
Okay.
Trout. Rainbows, browns.
Very cool.
But yeah. So anyway, that's beautiful fall day. That's what I think about. But there hasn't been enough rain, so we can't fish anywhere. Okay. So, Chris.
Yep.
Go ahead and tell everyone who you are and what you'd like to talk about today, and kind of your association with us.
Okay. So my name is Chris Wiedemer, and I am a volunteer, and some might call me the business manager for La Madonna della Strada, which is the official organizational name for Sister Grace Miller's ministry.
Yes.
And we are very, very excited about what we're embarking with you as a partner.
Yes, we are too. I had Mercedes on yesterday, and I even talked a little bit about that with Stephanie Forrester this morning, who I know is doing some trainings with you guys. We did officially move the men from 210 over here last week. So they've been over here at 156 for 10 days, and it's going really, really well.
Great.
Really well. So we're prepping everything over there for you guys to be ready to move in. I see we've already got signage over there. You've got some signage over there. So lots of exciting things to come. I think that, you and I have talked about this. It's partly, yes, this partnership is about making sure there's some sort of continuity of services and access to beds, specifically lower barrier beds. Which is critical, especially going into the winter months, but it's also, ensuring that Sister Grace's legacy lives on, through the people that she works with and through the community and the people she serves, we're excited about that. I know you guys are excited about that. What are some of the things that you're looking forward to the most from your project here?
Well, first and foremost, as you just said, extending Sister Grace's legacy to taking care of, the most vulnerable people in our community, and doing it in a way that is her mission, meaning with respect, with compassion, without sanctions, without restrictions, taking in anyone that, really needs shelter, clothing, services. So we're very, very excited about that. And then just, trying to help the community fill the growing sad need of the demand.
Yeah. It's crazy when you think about, I still haven't actually sat down and looked at how many beds we have lost over the past 5 years, emergency beds. We know how many transitional beds we've lost because it's been countless programs over the past, 10 years, but emergency beds, and not just so we've decreased our stock of emergency beds, but we've also seen decreased funding for those beds. So not only are there fewer shelters and fewer beds around, there's definitely fewer hospitality beds. And the hospitality beds, for those who don't know, are beds that do not come with a DHS funding attachment, right? So that means that all of our shelter beds are hospitality. All of your shelter beds are hospitality. which means that we do not require DHS approval to come to our shelter. We do ask, just because I think it's important to track, and because we've been so crowded, we do ask if people come. It's not a requirement for intake, but if they can obtain a denial letter from DHS, because it's really helping us understand what's going on, why we're seeing these significantly increased numbers. And a lot of them have tried to get placed through DHS and then have been denied. So it's important for us to know that, so that we can better learn how to advocate for them with DHS, or is there a different level of service that needs to be offered? This is just important information to have, because none of us have the funding to open up a brand new shelter in a build. We just don't have that. That's not an option right now.
And as you say, funding, right?
Right.
A huge challenge for any organization.
We're funding all of these things on our own, privately.
Private donations is our sole, source.
Right.
And, that is going to continue to be a challenge for both of us.
Yes. And I really do hope that, and I was talking to Bob Lonsberry, stopped in this morning, and, he made the comment on how, if you look at Sister Grace and me, or La Madonna and Open Door, we might see a lot of high level issues very, very differently,
Sure.
But at the same time, we know that we're both operating with a kingdom mindset and for the better purpose, for the better good of the community. And so for a partnership like this, I think, and he was kind of suggesting this, and I agree, that it really shows true camaraderie and true unity of calling, and I think that's so important, that we've touched on some other issues related to homelessness in the past 24 hours that centered around, this kind of concept that on a base level, we agree that nobody should be on the street, but that's where we stop agreeing. And then all of a sudden we get distracted by all the things surrounding that, funding, models, all these kinds of things. And those are critical things to talk about, because they deeply affect, how we address the issue. But they are nevertheless a distraction, And so for us to be able to say, listen, we're tired of operating a 100% overcapacity shelter where we are just focused on survival. We need to do better for our guests. How do we do that? Well, we can't do that and then leave, 10 or 12 guests behind, because we've been able to downsize, but we can't do that. Well, who takes care of those, the folks who really need that lower barrier better than anyone? It's Sister Grace.
And you and I have had
team.
this conversation before about collaboration between, government agencies and social service agencies and,
businesses and churches and
organizations, hospitals.
Right.
Sister Rita gets calls from RGH and, hey, we're releasing this individual. Can you take him or her?
Yeah.
And you and I had this conversation about better communication, clarity, and just collaboration between all of us.
All of us. And what's happening is that we're getting those calls too. And most of the time they actually don't even call us. They just drop, they drop people at our door that we just are not equipped to care for. The needs are so high, and we can't turn them away. But so how do we prevent this from happening in the first place, so the hospital is able to send those individuals to the place that can truly care for them?
Right.
And if there is no place that can truly care for them, we have to start looking at what it would take to build those places or create those places. So, I mean, we talked before about, and this has come up a lot. The theme of mental health has come up very regularly throughout this whole event, and we go back to with the needs being so high right now, in the outward behavior being so extreme now, as a manifestation of the mental illness that's going on. We're looking at, we go back to the whole deinstitutionalization, right, of mental health beds in the 80s, and we look at that and think, okay, that was noble in concept, because what really they were saying was, we want people to be part of society, and just because they're ill shouldn't mean they should have to be locked away. But now we look at it and say, well, where's the middle? Where's the resources? Because no, we don't want to put them away, but they can't be just placed in shelter where they're not getting the help that they need. So how do we find the access or recreation of beds? It doesn't have to be, a hospital set, but what does that look like so that we can find some sort of solution that's not a shelter drop off, but it's not necessarily locked away.
Right. It seems to me that it should be, teamwork amongst everyone.
Right.
We're not competitors, we're cooperatives that need to work together.
Right. And I hope that in some small way our collaboration is setting an example, in a small way. So let's take that and say, okay, all right, healthcare providers, law enforcement, OMH, OASIS, everybody come to the table, and how do we meet the clinical needs of the folks that need them the most?
And I may or may not have mentioned to you that I participate with the police department's group called HOT. It stands for Homeless Outreach Team.
Right.
And we get together on Thursdays, and we go out with agencies. Zach has been with us from your Open Door, and I represent La Madonna. And there's Catholic Charities has been there. Picho has been there. And it's all good in purpose. The challenge is that with the sweeps, which are now, I don't know if you've heard the word compassionate cleanup. Okay. I know. And this is, we're not supposed to use the word sweeps. We're supposed to use the word compassionate cleanup. But the bottom line is still the same. They're going to the encampments and they're moving them, but they're just kicking the can down the road. They're just going to move to another.
Right.
We're not really addressing the problem, are we?
No, we're not addressing the problem, and it would be ideal if in a situation like that, where if it's an issue of what are they citing the reasons? It's obvious, like waste and environmental issues,
local pushback from either owners or
private owners,
residents.
Pushback. Right. So they're all the same reasons, age-old reasons that you've heard. So I guess what I don't understand is, we used to do, it's interesting, we used to call them homeless sweeps back in the day. This is going back almost 20 years, but that's what we would call outreach, and we would, when I first started doing it, we actually would walk around with police officers and go in the Civic Center garage. And, I only got connected with that after doing it on my own for probably almost a year before doing that. And then I didn't realize that there was organized outreach going on, so I participated in that. But the benefit of that was that you had people that were going in that weren't just trying to say, let's get you into shelter. They had access to and knowledge of all the different resources that could be offered. You don't want to go to shelter, we can put you in a hotel for one night. You need to go to detox, you need to go to the emergency room, you could, and then we would transport. And so I guess one of the things that I don't understand about these sweeps is that we're not, what would prevent them, from being able to go in and say, okay, for these reasons, we have to either move or contain or something, these belongings. Why aren't they going in with someone like you, or someone from an agency that could actually offer some support and resources and connections to different services? That would be, like, if you have to do it, okay, but do you have to do it absent the resources?
Right. And I will say what I heard yesterday, this was just Thursday yesterday at our meeting, was that supposedly the city and the county are talking about the possibility of taking this group over. And our hope is, as community participants and organizers, that they will elevate the level of participation. Okay. Now, that's to be determined.
Okay. Yep.
But we were told yesterday that the police department may be handing off this particular project that Sergeant Gabe Person started 2-3 years ago, and he was devoted to it, to another department within the city. Is what we were told yesterday.
Okay. Interesting. So in that situation, there would be an official presence moving about and doing that, but that you guys would be there as support?
We would still participate as volunteers, organizers. At least that's my understanding.
Okay.
We were told to just be be patient.
Yeah, okay.
You know, we're going to still do what we do every Thursday.
Yeah, right.
But that come next year, this particular project, if you will possibly fall under some collaborative effort between the city and the county. Now we'll see.
Interesting. Yeah.
Right?
Okay, we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, I know. Hope eternal.
Right. That's right. Oh, okay. So what else? Oops, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What else would you like folks to know about either the project or the issue? I mean, you've really been so hands-on, since you're getting involved with Sister Grace, and that's going back 3-4 years.
3
now?
years.
Yeah, 3 years.
Yep,
Yeah.
I was very fortunate to meet her. Obviously, I knew about her for a long time.
Yeah.
But I was running a business.
Right,
And,
right.
was distracted, if you will, with
yes.
that. But I have since retired, and
Yeah.
I'm devoted to community service, and homelessness is my thing.
You seem to be volunteering almost as much as you were probably working.
I am definitely volunteering a lot more than
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought I would, but
Right.
I'm devoted to it.
Yeah.
And there's such a need for people, and
Yeah.
so I guess my message to your listeners is, just follow your heart with where you want to devote your time and your money. And
Yeah.
you and I both know that we both are privately funded, so we need donations, we need resources, we need volunteers.
Yes. Yeah.
We have 2 employees who are our shelter managers.
Right.
However, the remaining team is made up of only of volunteers.
Right.
And
right.
we can't continue this sustained. We
It's
can't
not
sustain the
sustainable.
model
Right.
without people.
Right. Yeah. So excellent. I just admire your commitment to this project, and I think you've been very integral. You and Alan and Mercedes and Harry and all your team has just been. It's really inspiring to see a group of people just work so hard to preserve the work of someone
Sister Grace.
who's so worthy of that. Yeah.
There's 2 books written on her that I've both read, and it's so inspiring for me to just have gotten to know her, to be by her side in her hospice position.
Yeah.
And she said to me the other day, and you were there with the signing of the lease, and how emotional that was when she said the prayer.
Yes.
But the other day I was with her, and I'm holding her hand, and she said, and she isn't always speaking as much now. And she said, "You'll always be in my heart."
Oh my God.
I mean, I know.
Melch into a million pieces.
I know.
Yeah. Wow.
You talk about someone that can just,
Yeah.
grab your heart.
Right. Well, I think that's a perfect way to conclude this interview, because you are, I think it's the nod to Sister Grace, and who knows, maybe she's even watching, or someone's in there, knowing that you're here with us. But I appreciate you, I appreciate the team, and I'm so excited to open this thing up and get to work.
And if I can end my part with just saying, I know if Grace was here, she would say this and feel this. And so I speak for her and all of us, how proud we are of you, your leadership in this community, and your team.
Yes.
Without Open Door and everyone that you lead, we would not have had this partnership started. So I am proud of you, and I thank you for the opportunity to be this collaborative.
Thank you. We are happy to be part of it. Absolutely thrilled to be part of it. Yes. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
All right.
How many hours have you been out the job out here?
Since 3 p.m. yesterday.
Chris, thank you so much.
Oh, of course. Are you kidding?
Can we sing
I remember the words to any song right now.
So when were you at the DNC?
have no idea what we're going to talk about. 'Cause
Okay.
I didn't know what this really was about. I thought I was coming to talk to Robert.
Oh, well, does Robert want to sit in and do this one? Do you want to sit in and do this interview? You want to do that? What do you want to do?
I just want to be. I've been an interviewer for so long. I've hardly ever been interviewed. So this is going to be interesting. So whatever works. I just didn't ask him enough questions yesterday.
Okay.
We had a board meeting and he said, "Yeah, we're doing this thing on the bench."
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Whichever's fine with me. Yeah.
All right, I can interview you. You were a professional interviewer. I am not. So.
Yeah, but on the other end of it, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. And
All
it's
right.
been a while.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
okay. Okay. All right,
So
we
do
good?
I look at you?
Are we
I
on?
look at you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a conversation. You said we are on, Donnie? I'm sorry. Okay. So Molly, if you could just introduce yourself and talk about what your current role is and what you would like to talk about here on the bench today.
My name is Molly Cummings, and I'm a board member of Food Link with Robert Williams, and that's how I knew about this and how I got here.
Okay.
And I live in Livingston County. I've lived out in the rural areas away from Rochester for a while, and the issues, the concerns that you deal with here are the same, but they're not as localized. We certainly still have them. So I'm very interested in all of the things that poverty brings to light, and what you guys do is certainly a huge part of it.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about, you say that you see it in your area too. How does it look there? What are you seeing, and do you feel like there are resources there for some of the needs that you're seeing?
Well, we have a small organic practices farm in York, and so we're connected to the school. We've set up a Food Link pantry in the school, and we try to provide fresh vegetables for them as much as we can. What we've heard from people at the school is that it's a very small community, that people are living in cars and under bridges, and so it's the image that you might have more of a city, but it's trying to track down who the adults are in people's lives and how to actually help the children. Or we have a very large older segment. The community is very much aging too. So it's both ends.
Wow. I remember being called into a meeting in Orleans. What's the county between Monroe? This is the lack of sleep. The county between Monroe and Buffalo and
Genesee?
It might have been Genesee. Yeah.
Or Livingston.
It wasn't right. It wasn't. If it wasn't south, it was west of us. Yeah. Okay. And I remember this was just a year or two ago, getting called into a meeting with a bunch of pastors and community leaders, and they were like, "We have this increasing homeless population, and we don't know what to do. We're a county that isn't necessarily considered high needs or high risk, so we don't have the resources, and what do we do?" And I'm curious to know if that's kind of where you think your area might be heading, and why. Is it just, why are you seeing it that, either are they coming from here? I don't think they are. I think it's just, the financial impact is everywhere.
Of housing everywhere, housing problems everywhere. And when you get out into the rural communities, we have a lot of people who this is not their country of origin, and so they don't have the multi-family generational, can I bunk with you for a while, right?
Okay.
And so housing, if you work on a farm, if you work in a factory, housing doesn't necessarily come with the job.
And if they don't have the documentation, then they're not eligible for county benefits, even if there are available benefits. Got it. Okay.
Right.
Wow. That's tough, and that was part of what they were seeing in Genesee County too. What do you think the solution is?
Oh boy. I mean, everybody talks about build more housing. Well, right now, I don't know who can do more. People are tapped and doing pretty much what they're doing. I mean, I'd say take care of your neighbor, is a good start. And when you're talking about a rural area, your neighbor isn't necessarily within eyes. You don't necessarily see them. But, church population or church attendance is down in a lot of places. And I think that they still do a great job, the churches, the rural churches, but it's not enough.
It's not enough, and it's not going to be long-term sustainable. When if this problem is here now, it's likely only going to grow.
Right.
And if you're dealing with a lack of documentation, it's hard to even build systems in place that will help to support.
Yes.
So unfortunately, you're right. You may have to, for now, in the meantime, until a broader discussion happens, have to rely on the kindness of neighbors and strangers and churches. Yeah. Wow. It's an interesting thing to shed light on when we haven't touched on the rural poverty, homelessness issues yet. So it's really interesting that you bring that up. What are you seeing? What do you think the difference is? You serve on the Food Link board. Does Food Link provide? So it's a Food Link partnership that works with the school there, or is that your farm?
No, it is a Food Link pantry.
Okay.
But it's any pantry, whether it's in a school or community pantry. Food Link is not the only supplier of food to the pantry.
Right.
And when I came on the board a few years ago. I may not be the only one who lives in one of the 9 counties other than Monroe, but I'm one of the few. I mean, most people are vice presidents of banks or health, whatever. And, I have a little bit of a lens, and we've had some dinners in our barn, farm to table dinners to raise money for the community and that kind of a thing.
Okay.
But it's so the bulk of the population is concentrated here, but over 9 other counties, it's there.
Wow. Okay, so what would you like? Mitch came on last night, so he did share a lot, a good amount of information on Food Link. What would you like people to know about Food Link, and why did you get involved in Food Link?
Well, they knew about, we had donated money that we had raised at these dinners.
Oh, okay.
Right? And so I think that they knew that they wanted to have more of a rural outreach. I mean, they've been doing it. It's not like they just started it, obviously. But in the past few years, I've helped them. Well, I don't know if I've helped them, but helped shed light on getting a rural. They've hired a rural programs coordinator.
Wow, that's great.
Person.
Yeah.
So it's to keep that up front and center. That it's this is very visible.
Right.
The city and the people are very visible. It's, they're up on Mount Reed. It's the city of Rochester.
Yeah.
And it's really easy. It's the same way it's easy in the country to know that there's the East Coast and the West Coast. And then, politics. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's interesting too, though, that it's almost like I wonder if part of a solution, not necessarily the solution, could reflect what Food Link has done. If Food Link is saying, we know we have this need in this rural area, I wonder if the same thing could happen with kind of whether ours or another, central provider in the city could then have a pilot project in a rural area, so you're not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but you're establishing some sort of branch, that acknowledges that this need is not just isolated to Monroe County or let alone the city of Rochester,
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that as you've alluded to, things are apt to get worse before they get better, or hopefully they'll get better. And so when we've gone to town board meetings in our area, we're like, we know no government has surplus of money that they don't know what to do with, but what are you going to let happen to your neighbor? We have to somehow acknowledge that and take care of it. And there are places. I mean, the churches, the people have the heart. It's
Yeah, they need this. It's like, they have the heart, and they who knows, they could even have the resources, but they need the vision and the application of how to do it well.
The churches are very generous with giving money to help buy food for backpack programs, things like that. But the problem's escalating, and when you hear about as many as like 20 kids in a very small community living under bridges or in cars.
Wow.
That's, that's not a big number, but in a community our size, it sure
is. Well, and any kid living under a bridge is one too many, let alone 20.
Right. Wow. And that's what we know about.
Exactly. Right. We've been talking about family homelessness a lot in the past 24 hours, and have said that multiple times that, the family homeless numbers that we see, whether it's national reports like the AHAR or the local community reports in, city school district example, They're just the ones we know.
Right.
And so many more people are flying under the radar. Fear of losing their kids, you know, unsafe situations. They stay under the radar. So we don't know half of it.
Especially when they're not actually living with a family
Yes.
member.
Yes. Yeah.
That makes it even more difficult.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. All right. Any last things you'd like anyone to know about Food Link or?
They do an amazing job.
Yeah,
Robert
yeah.
is an amazing person.
He
I mean,
sure
that's-
is.
Yeah,
He sure
I mean,
is.
It's been an eye opener for me, but more in terms of how they're facing the problem to get it done, not just an oh my kind of thing, right?
Right.
Which a lot of the world. I mean, you can feel
Yes.
helpless.
Yeah,
But you
absolutely.
never want to be hopeless.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That was a great ending. I'm just going to leave it at that. Yes. Thank you so much, Molly. It's great to meet you, and thank everyone at Foodling. We love partnering with you. And again, Mitch was on last night, so two folks from Foodling in the last 24 hours. It's great. Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So 3 o'clock.
Oh boy.
3 p.m. yesterday to 3 p.m. today.
Man.
Well, everybody at least got to go home boy, and she's been here.
Oh man.
Hello. My name is Donnie Wrench. I'm not the CEO, as you could probably tell. My CEO is currently sitting in a ray of sunshine 20 feet in front of me. It's been a long 24 hours. It was 35 degrees last night. I said it was 35 degrees last night, but I also slept for 35 minutes. That's just... Anna did not sleep at all, though, so she's got me beat. No one is going to watch this stream, so I'm just going to say whatever I want. Boo. There you go. I don't think I was prepared for how much technology goes into this event. There's a lot. All right, 2.5 more hours, and your boy is going to sleep. I've been here with Anna, working tech for the 24 hours. If you joined us yesterday, you might have seen a little internet problems, but we got that fixed. It'll be better next time. My wife told me I look rough. Rude. Okay. I know you're watching. Rude. What was that? Come on, Mia, sit down. The mic's not on. Look. Look at this. Now we can both talk. This segment of the live stream is called Ramblings.
Ramblings. With a little delirium.
We like to call that no sleep syndrome.
No sleep.
I'm so glad it wasn't windy last night, though. If it was windy last night, I would be watching the stream from my home.
Because you're the one that's going to be able to do this.
That's fair. That's fair. It's a beautiful day. Beautiful. Wonderful. I really like fall foliage. Is that how you say it? Foliage? Foliage?
Foliage.
Foliage. I was right. Okay. I love when the leaves change color. I hate when they fall to the ground. Especially if I have to clean them up.
I saw a very, very bright red tree yesterday. All the trees around it were still very green. I like them. They look like fire.
If you're watching this, I need you to send $1, please. $1. Yep. Make sure you earmark it for Donnie's non-existent IT department, so we can improve on things like this in the future. I appreciate your support. And the dollar. Don't worry though, it's tax exempt.
The names of the buses.
Oh, are they all named?
Not all of them, but a lot of them. I remember quite a few years ago, I think they let the bus drivers name them after their kids and grandkids. I'm not saying much. We're not talking about anything significant.
This is our segment called Rambling, Robert. Rambling. Yep. Yep, this is it. Well, now I know my boss is watching, so I'll be on my best behavior.
Still send the dollar.
We still need the dollar, though. Please. We're asking for donations of $1 for my non-existent IT department. we have to, the cable guy needs your dollar, please. You know what's going to be interesting is when I turn this into a clip and I post it on our social media.
Oh gosh, please no.
I'm going to call it the Rambling as well. Someone messed up and gave me admin powers on the social media pages.
Who did that? I didn't do it.
You guess. Yep. We are in there like swimwear. Yep. Dollar, please. I really need to sleep.
You do.
It's so important for a healthy life.
Mind?
Yeah, mind. Great one.
This is a nice day.
It is. I really underestimated how active the downtown Rochester was. It was pretty entertaining this time.
Need a TV?
Update. My wife messaged me and she said, "I will give you your own $1. You got paid."
So let me give you
That's not the same. It's not the same. I'm watching you.
I have $1 in my purse.
Nice.
Does that count?
Hi. What are you doing? Oh, I told the stream that. Yep. So it looks like Anna has her next interview in 20 minutes. That means 2 hours and 20 minutes until we break it down. Not dancing. I'm not dancing.
I thought
We're gonna tear the stuff down.
I thought you were gonna have a dance party last night.
Next time, if you donate $2, dance parties. Yep, dance party. I'll throw in a little YMCA, you know, and get it popping. Yep.
See?
Maybe a little Akon. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. I'm sorry, Ashley.
Stuck in my head.
My text message. The remix.
I like your jacket, by the way. Takes me back.
That is a cool jacket.
Mm-hmm. Sun speaking. Yeah, I do like that. There's so many sounds.
I know. I have another message. My boss said I'm incredibly smart. See?
I don't see that. There's a glare. See me? I'll assume that's what it says.
Assumptions are correct. it's totally time for bed. It's so time for bed. Last night we saw motorcycles driving through town at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was 35 degrees.
Trying to get in one last fall ride. You know, Rochester is going to rain or snow or hail at any moment.
Or do all of those in the same week.
Or the same day. That happened last year.
Ooh, that's gross.
Should bring the rest of the donuts out here.
Woohoo.
That guy. That baby.
He had a book in his hand. How do you think he was going to hold a donut? And that was a library book. This just in, Mia does not like library books. You heard it here first. Breaking
love
news.
library books, actually.
Breaking news.
Kingston brought home a library book.
What book?
This book from the library was, I don't remember the exact title, but it was Cooking for Your Cat.
Do you have a cat?
We do.
Nice. Okay.
She only eats the dry cat food, so I don't know why he wants to cook for her. She doesn't eat anything else.
Well, how do you think the cat food gets dry? You bake it. Duh.
No, she's not gonna eat it. She doesn't eat the little cat soups or tuna or salmon or anything that you try to eat.
Oh, that's the best cat ever. Super cheap. She's watching us.
I've got to go.
Mia has to go, but the Rambler still here. Still here. Are you about to go in for another interview? Oh, fantastic. I said, oh, fantastic. I've been rambling to the audience. It's your boy Donnie, and we are out of here. Donate $1, please.
Test, 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 test. Whenever you're ready, Danelle. Did I say that right? Okay. Yes, and you can have a seat right next to me on the cozy bench. And just make sure the microphone is at good level for you. Is that good?
I think it's good.
Is that, what do you think, Danny? Okay.
Okay. Oh, whoa.
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, we are back. We have, as far as scheduled interviews, we have 2 left. Sorry. We are, this is Conversations on a Bench, and we are in our last 2 hours of this event. For those of you who don't know, this is an event that is nationwide. We are doing this with a partnership with Citygate Network. Open Door Mission is a member of Citygate Network, which is a national association of gospel rescue missions. Up to, I think it's anywhere from 70 to 100 other rescue missions from across the country are doing what we're doing and essentially setting up a bench in a key area in their downtown location and opening up the floor for conversations about homelessness. We're specifically talking about the root causes, what we're doing to address it, what our community is doing to address it, and what maybe we could be doing better. And one thing, now that we're nearing the end of this, we can talk about some of the themes that we have been uncovering during this whole time. Certainly family homelessness, women, children, and the primary root causes being untreated mental illness and untreated drug and alcohol addiction. So those are some of the common themes. I've been talking a lot about funding and how we kind of prioritize funding now and how we could be doing that better. I'm going to talk about a little bit more about that towards the end. But right now we have Danelle. And why don't you introduce yourself, Danelle, and talk about where you're from, what you do, and what your program offers.
Okay. So I look at the camera.
Yeah, either way.
Okay, so my name is Danelle Gesno, and I'm the director of the Door of Hope in Rochester. Here, we're a transitional home for women coming off the streets, mainly due to drug and alcohol addiction. We do take women for domestic violence, homelessness, after incarceration. That happens too, but mainly we're taking women out of inpatient treatment, 30-day treatments for this 9 to 12 month program.
So they essentially can go through an inpatient treatment and then be discharged directly to the house.
That's the way that I like to do it, actually.
Right.
So you have to be 30 days sober to get into our program, and so the inpatient is the best way to do that.
Right.
I've accepted ladies from home, and very often they just end up going back out and using. So it's best that they go to that 30-day, and then we take them right from inpatient.
Okay. And how are you? And so, what kind of housing model is it? What kind of program is it?
Well, we're Christian.
Right. Okay.
Yep. And it's a 9 to 12 month program.
Okay.
I always say, and I know it's probably cliche now, but it's like the program isn't special except that Jesus is the foundation of it. And I really believe that. I believe that, you know, what separates us from other places is that we make Jesus the center. So we have a lot of Bible studies, and we do repair of the breach, which is also like, it's a Christian AA, so we bring the Bible into their recovery, and we do that in our program on Tuesdays. It is.
It's with Amanda?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, okay. And so it's transitional, and so is there payment? How does the funding work? Do you take Medicaid? Is it what's the cost for the program participant, and how are you able to be funded?
So we're funded. We're a nonprofit, and so we're really funded by just people that are in line with our vision. We don't have any government funding or anything like that. Now the girls do get subsidized sometimes through DHS, and that's how they pay their rent. But there's been lots of girls even that have come to the house and they don't have that yet. And they're months waiting, and we still take them. So
so they pay a portion of their rental subsidy. Is that like a program fee kind of thing? Okay. And so what support do you offer in the house? Like, do women go through a program there, or do they go through, or do they work? What are the expectations of them in the house?
There's levels at first. So for the first 3 months, they don't work at all. and just stay in there, and they're basically, I mean, they can go out to their appointments and things like that, but doing anything outside of that, they don't really do. It's just to kind of protect them really from themselves.
Sure. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first 3 months, it's more that's everything is kind of done inside the program, and then after that, they're allowed to get jobs. They can go out to AA meetings outside of the house. I mean, they can get a vehicle. I think it's, I can't remember exactly
which phase,
which phase it is, but I think it's phase 2. If they have a vehicle, they can get, you know, they can drive and go to different places on their own.
And so if I remember correctly, Door of Hope used to be Shepherd's House, and then it was closed for a while. When did you reopen?
In August of 2024. So it's been just over a year.
Yeah. And how is it going so far?
It's going really well.
Yeah.
I mean, I know God's called me to it. He prepared me for 3 years to do this. I started actually with Redeeming Love.
Yes. Yes.
The Father's Heart, which is like a mobile soup kitchen here in Rochester, but they also have a little offset ministry called Redeeming Love, where they go down and minister to the women on the streets, the prostitutes in particular, and we hand out bags and pray for them and give them food and toiletries and stuff like that. And you develop relationships with these girls because you see them every week.
Right.
And coming from small town, I came from Perry, and I had never ever seen the things that I saw on the streets when I was down there with them. And actually, I'd been on mission trips before, and I remember saying to Ann that, you know, I've been to third world before, and this is as bad as third world.
Yeah.
You know, it really was. And I thought, wow, if you think you need to go to a third world country to serve the Lord and to do something, you don't have to. You just have to go downtown to
just go to Lyle Avenue or
Rochester. To very, very broken people. But so yeah, I got a heart for women, you know, coming out of addiction or women with addiction, doing that ministry, and then from there, the Lord just opened up the door for me to.
That's incredible. That's
become the director.
Yeah. And how many staff do you have?
So, paid staff, I have 2 others and myself.
Okay. So, what do you think? What are the women who are coming to you? Again, this is something that we've been talking about for the past almost 24 hours. What is the biggest need that the women are expressing when they're coming to you?
What are they expressing?
Yes. What are they expressing, and based on the fact of that response, then what are you seeing? You know.
I mean, I see mental health as a major thing.
Yes.
Addiction, obviously. No support. You know, a lot of times these women have burned every bridge with their families. They don't have anybody.
Right.
Not that they don't love them, but they just burn the bridges.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
So they need support.
Yeah.
For maybe an outside source that's not so directly invested, and emotionally invested. So, yeah.
And what do you think? And what are they saying are the components about the program that make it work?
Jesus.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we get the same feedback, and we get it's always the gospel component, and it's the structure. That's what we hear, you know, from our program participants, and I think it's, you know, one of the things we've been talking about too is the need for programs like yours, like ours. I met with one of our other interview participants was Paula from Margaret Home this morning. And so one of the things, you know, as we're seeing literally from everyone who's come through here is that, you know, the primary root cause for these issues is untreated mental illness, untreated addiction. And we know as believers, right, that the thing that can build the foundation with which any sort of treatment in those areas can actually be, you know, manageable and sustainable is salvation, and is understanding that your identity does not have to be your addiction. It does not have to be your illness. It really is your identity that's been given by God, and only He can show you what your potential what your potential is, and even understanding that you have potential, you have skills, you have spiritual gifts that you aren't even in touch with yet. And so I hear from programs like yours and others, and and of course ours, where we're seeing that this is such a powerful impact, and yet these are the programs that have the least access to funding, and they're also programs whose the outcomes that we're seeing are not being measured when we look at the whole of the community and how we're addressing these issues. So we're getting information from whether at the federal level, at the state level, at the local level, that says here's the information on how we treat homelessness and how it works and how it's evidence-based evidence-based, and we look at that and say that's only half the story.
Yeah.
Because in any given local community, it is more often than not faith-based providers, non-mainstream funded providers are the ones providing half, if not more, of the actual direct care. And I was talking with John Iacucci from Calvary Assembly earlier, and they do a lot of work, just very under the radar, quiet, behind the scenes work, supporting families in homelessness, dealing with homelessness. And I look at a place like that, they're doing all this work, no one's tracking it, no one's counting it.
Right.
We're we have one program that's being we have one of our programs is a partnership with the state, but the rest of them, we're on our own. So, I wonder, what your thoughts are on how we can be better at telling the story, of what we're able to do in some of these smaller programs, and certainly in faith-based programs.
I mean, for me, it's my hope is to get into the churches, because I think that if you can get into the churches with the people that do believe that faith is powerful, and that faith really is the foundation of freedom. I think of that scripture that says, "He who the Lord sets free is free indeed."
Yes.
I think that even for us, our program is really small right now. We don't have a lot of big supporters, anything like that. But I think if we can reach individual supporters inside the church, making them aware. There's like a Haitian proverb that says, "What the eyes have not seen, the heart doesn't feel." And I believe that 100%. Until you can take this, we're so separated. In our world, and in our city from what's really happening down here. That I think that until you can get it into the hands of the people in the churches, until they can see what's really happening. We have a video. I'm right now that our fundraiser is done, I'm trying to reach some of the maybe ladies ministries and stuff where I can get in and share our story, share our video, and get individual women on board with our ministry. Because I think that's probably what's going to keep a ministry like ours going. I mean, yours is much larger.
But it's a great point though, because there are certainly countercultural narratives that are going to say, you only need the clinical, or you only need the whatever your higher power is, or whatever the case may be, and so it's definitely important that and we see this for people that whether they don't donate to a program or even attend a church, they're going to align, they're going to support the missions that they have shared values with, and so that's definitely a critical part of it. I think churches, I look at some churches and sometimes they may try to either kind of come up with their own programs, and supports, which is it's incredible, because not every church does that, and also I think it's a valid point to say, we have to be able to go into the churches to show them what they can't see, not because they don't want to, but because they just don't have access to it the way you do or I do. And so I think it's how can you, so then let me ask this, how do you feel is the best way to get out there? Is it just kind of reaching out? Is it showing up on Sundays? What do what's the best way to get that point across to the churches?
I don't know what the best way is, but I know what I'm doing, and I'm calling churches. But sadly, I'd have to say too, so for our fundraiser that we just had, I called over 100 local churches.
Wow.
And out of those 100 local churches, one supported us with a $300 basket.
Wow.
A $300 basket. So you have these churches, and this is no knock on churches, but we talk the talk, but very often we don't walk the walk.
Right.
And I'm
Right.
seeing that
Yeah.
from, you know, a totally different place than I ever have before being the director here.
Right.
You know,
right.
everybody says they want to help, but nobody really, they don't always put their money where their mouth is.
Yes, yeah.
is. And again, I think that has something to do with the fact that we're so far removed from the reality of what's happening in the streets of our cities.
Right.
And I was guilty of that too.
Sure,
So
sure.
it's no shame, but I just know that when I came down here and I was able to see it, we're the same.
Right.
So if
right.
I can get into, like I said, I'm working right now getting into women's cities. If I can get in there and share our story, I
Yeah.
know that once they see, they'll feel.
Yeah.
You know.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah. And the other thing I think churches aren't always aware of is the fact that they may look at programs like yours or even ours and say, oh, well, they've got access to all those government programs and all those grants and all the things that are out there. So they don't need us. We need to support, you know, overseas missions or, you know,
Right.
or things that they know, or again, maybe do their own internal missions. And so I do think a lot of it is awareness of it. And I've been, again, talking about this a lot, of the fact that there is little to no public funding for
Yeah.
programs like ours. Faith-based programs, emergency programs, transitional programs, all of the local funding and national funding goes to permanent supportive housing programs for chronically homeless adults. And that unfortunately leaves out, when you're saying the thing that works is Jesus, or the thing that works is Jesus and the structure, both of those components are largely, if not entirely, excluded, you know, from the availability of government funding. So I think it is important for churches to know that, and even individuals and businesses to know that. You know, one of the guests was talking about how, you know, businesses are expressing concern over conditions in the city and either moving out or people are wanting to come downtown, you know, and, you know, really kind of using it to say business need to be investing in some of these solutions. And I think businesses, especially like, you know, privately owned businesses that are looking at it, and they may think that they have the same misconception, maybe, you know, that, well, they have access to all the money that we pour into these, you know, these programs. They don't need our money too. And they don't know that it's not an option.
Yeah, you're right.
So I love how, you know, Paula uses the term, we have to be bold and we have to be brave and we have to be courageous, and, you know, we have to start talking about these things. And I think that's part of the outcome from this whole experience has been, you know, first of all, that a lot of the things that, you know, we've been talking about, we're all talking about the same thing. We're all talking about that need for mental health, addiction treatment, faith-based programs that include support services and involvement and participation in the actual program. And we have to, and if we know firsthand, this is not a political debate or even an ideological debate. This is a what we know to be true. This is a truth.
Right.
You know, this is not hypothetical. This is what we see every single day. And, you know, I think it's critical that we are able to be more bold about what we're seeing, so that we can better advocate. You know, I would love to see, you know, I remember years ago when it was Shepherd's House, one of my jobs as a case manager was in an inpatient unit. And I remember it was early in the days of Shepherd's House. It maybe hadn't been open that long, but that was my go-to. And, you know, there were plenty of places there aren't now, but at the time, there were plenty of other places that you could, you know, refer women to coming out of inpatient treatment. But when I got to know the folks who were running Shepherd's House, and was like, oh, this is not yet, you know, making the distinction between, is it a faith-based organization? Sure, I hear about those all the time. But it wasn't just a faith-based organization. It's a faith-led organization. And we like to make that distinction, you know, as well. Because it really does make all the difference in the world. And it's a matter of someone being back at your doorstep, you know, in another 2 months or even 2 years, or actually investing in them, in their kingdom, in the kingdom for eternity, in their eternal soul. So I think I love the work that you guys do. What can you say, you know, people are watching, what is your biggest need and how can people help?
biggest need is financial support. I mean, number one as far as the program, that's what we need.
Yep. And how can they, so financial support, and where would they go to do that?
So you could go right to our website. And the bottom of that is like a link that you could, or you could just, if you're not, if you're not technological or whatever, you can just mail a check to us. Simple.
And what's the website?
The website is www.thedoorofhope.us.
The Door of Hope.
And it has to be because if you don't put the in the front, it's a different website. So.
Okay. Thedoorofhope.us. Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add or want people to know before we sign off?
Can't think of anything.
Okay. All right. Well, we covered a lot. I always love hearing what you guys are up to. And again, I've always loved the work of Door of Hope / Shepherd's House, and just glad to see it back online. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right. Hi, Pam. How are you? It's going. Thank you so much. Now, good to see you.
Right into the next.
Yeah. Before I lose my voice. Come on over, Pam. If you're ready, I'm ready. You good to go? How are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bracing yourself for winter?
Yes.
Yeah. No. Yes. And then I just got dust in my eye. Thank you. Okay. Are we on, Donnie? Sound check, Pam?
Test.
Okay, thank you. All right, Pam, if you could introduce yourself and, oh, I already said your name is Pam, but introduce yourself, what you do, your current role, and maybe what you'd like to talk about today.
Okay. So my name is Pamela Smith. I'm the interim executive director for the House of Mercy. I came to the House of Mercy as director of operations, and looking forward to a new leader so that I can continue on with the things that I was doing to help the organization.
Okay, so you've been with since 20. When did you say?
So I started with the House of Mercy in as an intern in 2012.
Oh wow!
And then started working with them. I became an employee in 2017 through 2022. Left for a little while to work for Project Haven.
Right,
and
that's
now
right.
I'm back at the House of Mercy since March.
Okay,
as the director of operations.
Wonderful. So one of the things I wanted to ask you about, because we've been talking about this issue a lot over the past 24 hours,
right,
is this issue of, and you and I have talked about this before, of hospitality beds. Right, there's lots of confusion around who has hospitality beds, who, how does that work? I've already explained it, but just, if anyone new is listening, hospitality beds basically mean there's not DHS funding associated with someone when they need to be placed in an emergency shelter. So there are some, we've seen unfortunately, a lot of shelters close, and then we've seen a lot of shelters kind of increase their restrictions, not because they want to, because they have to, because the funding has to come, with the clients in order for them to stay open. So what has your experience been with that, and how are you guys navigating the issue with hospitality beds?
Yeah, so we know that previously we kind of took whoever came through the door. But we do at this point have people go to DHS first to see if they can be placed.
Sure.
We have 30, try to keep it at 30 hospitality beds.
Yeah.
And sometimes we go over, it goes back and forth between 30 up to 45.
Yeah.
But our main focus is, not that we want to turn people away, but we want to keep everybody safe.
Sure.
So that it's a safe number, we have guests that our staff are equipped to handle and to work with. So that's some of the issues that come into play that people I don't think understand.
Yeah.
So we're not really, and I don't consider us turning people away.
Right.
we let them in, but we help them find another way to, to take care of themselves or housing.
Right, because you're dealing with a lot, and we talked about this the other day. You guys are also dealing with a lot of these medical placements.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
And how are you navigating that?
So usually, if they call, the hospital calls, we, have a list of questions that we ask. People have to be able to transfer themselves, take care of any wounds and anything like that. And if they can do that, that's fine. And we're able to accept them. But if not, we don't have nurses there. We don't have doctors. We have Health Reach that comes through, but anyone that's on our staff.
Yeah.
No, we don't. And our monitors unequipped to. Some of them have CNA training and everything, but that's not their role. At the house.
Right.
So it's a balance, and we have to kind of look at the whole picture of the person before we can say, yes, come on in, because we don't want them to be unsafe and not cared for properly.
Yes, right. And that's if you have the benefit of getting the phone call first, right?
Exactly. Sometimes people just show up.
Yeah, that's certainly been our
Sometimes the hospital
experience.
sends them somewhere else and they come anyway. So.
Right, that's right. Right. And so what are you seeing now? What are the trends that you're seeing in the need for placements?
Well, a lot of older people are being evicted for a number of reasons. They're being evicted, or just people, a lot of high mental health needs, high addiction needs, just, not knowing. And I feel like a lot of it's come out of the pandemic, where maybe people were isolated and they might have been struggling a little bit. And the pandemic just made it worse.
Took off.
And with the landlords took a hit during that time.
Right.
So now they're like not taking anything, and they're doubling the rent and, doubling the requirements for people to move in, like having to pay first month's security and the last. And who can do that?
Who can do that,
know? And even some of the new housing programs that are coming out, they're kind of cherry picking, I think. Yeah, or some private home apartments are coming up, and they're charging way too much for a bed, and shared.
Right.
So it's really it's hard out here now for people.
It is. It is. And so, what do you think? Again, we've seen several shelters close. We're two of it's got to be less than 10 now left, right? What do you think is our call? I've talked a lot about some of the calls to action that I've kind of requested of City Council and all of that. But what do you think our call to action should be as some of the last remaining emergency housing providers?
Well, I think everybody has to get together, the city, the county, the state, the landlord, because I feel like we all have to work together, and that's the only way it's going to work. I feel like we're working against each other somehow now. But if we could everybody has the interest of the homeless, then let's really have the interest of the homeless, to put them first. And we can't do it all. We can't, homeless shelters, we can't, low barrier shelters, I should say, we can't we can't save everybody. As much as we would love to be able to do that, it's just financially you can't do it. It's hard on the staff, on our staff.
Oh yeah.
And it's a lot. So we just really need to come up with something together, and everybody just kind of work together. To see, like what can we really do? I feel like sometimes people think that we can do more than what we can do.
Yes. Yes. I
Yes.
feel that way too.
Yeah.
And so, so understanding that, what do you see as, and I know you're in an interim role right now, but what do you see as the future direction for House of Mercy? Is there growth anticipated? Is there just kind of really trying to make sure that you can kind of get by first based on all the things that we're dealing? What do you see as the future direction for?
I feel like that we should be looking to get, and we are looking to get more grants or private donors, so that. And this is something that I've always wanted to, so that we wouldn't have to turn away people that couldn't pay, or DHS wouldn't pay.
Okay.
But there's still that balance
Yeah.
because we can't be overcrowded either.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so
Oh, yeah.
that's why I say put landlords in it, because we really have to have a place to take people that people can afford.
Right.
You know.
Right. And getting to know from the landlords, what would it take to get you
Yes,
to be okay with partnering and not feel like it's too high risk and all of that. Yeah. Yeah.
And we
Okay.
do have a program through the city of Rochester, the Rochester Housing Stability Program. And that's to help landlords to maybe fix up their rooms or houses so that they can, but they'd have to use their beds.
For your, yeah.
And
yeah.
sometimes I explain that to them and then I'm going to call back.
Like, oh, I get help with cleaning things up. Great. Oh, I had to put your, no, never mind. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
So that's the challenge. I think that I just feel like we just all got to work together. And understand the situation.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And granted, it's challenging to deal with some people. You know, it's very challenging.
It is.
And not everybody has the skills.
Right.
Or the patience.
Right. Right. Okay. So then maybe last question would be, and I try to end if I can moments, you know, these on a positive note. What is one of the most like highlights or a moment of hope, a success story that you've seen recently?
From a guest perspective? Yeah. Oh, I mean, we have many because we've housed a lot of people over just even since I've been back since March.
Yeah.
So there are people who are really working and towards completing their goals and are capable of doing that. So we've had many success stories of people finding housing and they're still in there.
Yeah, that's always the.
And we continue to try to follow them and keep up with them for a little while. You know, just so because people miss that community, the House of Mercy, and because they don't have to leave during the day and they kind of make friends. So you know, if you want to come back and say hi,
right.
That's good, and I think that helps them to be able to stay out there. People have gotten jobs, and there have been people who came in working who were just down on their luck, and we've been able to help them find housing. So that's what keeps me going. Know that it is possible. It's just some of the challenging ones that we, you know, kind of tug at your heart.
Right.
I've seen some people that I thought would never get housed, and they're staying housed. You know? So those are the things that get me up in the morning. Say, I'm going to keep
you going.
This.
Keep going. Yes. Wonderful. All right. Anything else you want to add?
No, just we just have to keep on at this and keep on working together, and we'll, you know, I feel like we'll make progress. We won't solve all the world's problems, but we can make progress.
Absolutely. That's a great way to conclude this. Thank you so much, Pam. Look forward to more collaborating.
Okay.
Thanks, Pam. Hi, Tree. How are you? You know Tree? Yeah, good. You know.
You holding up?
Yep. Are we down?
How are you?
Thanks, Pam.
Yep.
All right. 1 hour and 35 minutes.
Man, oh man.
All right. You ready? You already signed your waiver? Good to go? All right. Come on over. Oh, the blowhorn might push me right over the edge, Robert. I don't know about that. Okay, we good to go? Oh, sound check.
Sound check. Test.
I love the little entertaining things that happen on the drive-bys here. Yes, it's wonderful.
It's a good spot.
Yes. Thank you for showing up. Wonderful to see you. Yes.
Welcome to support. Yeah.
So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the event that we're doing here. Are you kind of familiar?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
I checked in throughout the night.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So you know what's going on. Okay. So why don't you introduce yourself and what you'd like to talk about today?
So my name is Tree Clemens. I'm the Executive Director of Partners Ending Homelessness. We are the Continuum of Care for Monroe County, New York. A Continuum of Care is a national model that was created by Housing and Urban Development to help coordinate efforts related to homeless services and housing in different municipalities. Some are counties, some have multi-counties, but we're the one here for Monroe County. my background is I have a degree from Nazareth College in social work, and I've worked in homeless services since 1997.
Yes. So you really and truly kind of understand and have seen the evolution of how things have gone over the course of many years.
I have.
Yeah.
I've worked with homeless pregnant and parenting teens, vulnerable adults, the elderly, families.
Yeah. So all of that has really prepared you for this role, because you've only been in this role. Is it a year?
Oh no, 8 months.
8 months.
Maybe.
Wow. Yeah, I knew it wasn't too long. I didn't realize it hadn't been a year yet.
Less
yeah.
than 8
okay.
months, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So talk a little bit about kind of the trends that you're seeing, and because now you're viewing everything from a different level, right? Because your job is to view the community as a whole, instead of from the lens of kind of a particular organization.
It is, and it has evolved.
Yeah.
We've gone from having a lot of transitional housing in the community to HUD no longer prioritizing that, probably over 10 years ago. And now we're seeing another push towards that. One of the concerns that I'm seeing right now is that with the government shutdown and the administration's focus, what we're hearing is that we're going to receive some cuts and some reallocation of HUD dollars. So right now we have permanent supportive housing programs, which are rental assistance support service programs in Monroe County. And we are expecting, what we're hearing is that we may see an 80% reduction in those funds, and they would be reallocated to things like transitional housing, which is usually the same thing but 2 years, shorter term.
Right.
And while I think we could definitely use some more transitional housing in the community, if we actually saw that 80% reduction, we could see a 65% increase in homelessness in Monroe County.
Yeah.
Specifically the city.
Yeah.
Because that's usually where you see the most of. So I think because it's so dramatic, it would do something that we're already seeing, in that we're seeing an increase since COVID, we're seeing an increase in homelessness.
Yeah.
It would put a strain on our school systems, our medical systems, our
I know, you're lucky you were in glasses.
yeah, good thing, right? Our RPD, mental health, substance use, and those systems are already strained.
Yeah.
So shelters, would we have the capacity for that? We're already seeing an increase in encampments too.
Right. So what do you think would happen? So this is where it gets a little bit technical, so bear with us here. An 80% reduction or reallocation to transitional housing. Do you anticipate new transitional housing programs to form and apply? Or do you anticipate existing PSH programs to redefine their structure so they can continue to qualify? Because that's what we saw a lot happen with this shift in 2013. Yes.
I remember that. I expect both.
Okay.
The challenge is the people that are in PSH can't then go into transitional housing.
Right.
That would be done.
Right.
They're already at the highest level, so they can't go to a higher level of need housing.
Yeah. Okay.
So I expect both.
Right. Okay.
And I hope that we would receive new applicants too, because I think that's always positive.
Right. So what do you think what do you anticipate the COC role to be, if, because again, it's hard to talk about, like, we think we know what's going to be coming in, and just again, for frame of reference, we're talking about when the potential for cuts and things or reallocation of funds, we're talking about, and I've mentioned this before, the HUD NOFO, which is basically HUD's, the federal department of HUD, their notice of funding application of availability to local districts' continuum of care. So Tree explained what the continuum of care is.
Yeah.
And I talked about this last night, how through the continuum of care, each community submits a collaborative application. Agencies don't privately or individually apply to HUD, although that also might be
It also could change.
a shift. Yes.
It also could change. Right now, what would happen is when we would get the notice of funding opportunity, which we're also hearing could be 2 to 3 weeks turnaround, which is also unheard of. Usually you get maybe 80 to 100 days.
Right, right.
We would then need to tell everybody, okay, here it is. Either write up your application, send them to us, we write the community application and send it to HUD, or you're submitting them yourselves.
Right.
Good luck.
Right, right. Yeah.
And it can't happen during a government shutdown.
Right.
They don't
right.
really
So
know
nothing's going to be released right now.
Right.
Yes.
But we do have projects that will their years will end in Q1.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they don't have funding to just front load rents.
Right.
To landlords in the community. So landlords are going to be impacted.
Right.
We would see evictions 2 or 3 months after that. And then shelters would, so the wave would come.
Yeah. Yeah.
The wave would start.
Okay. So I started to ask this and then I got sidetracked. So what do you think, what do you anticipate the COC's role to be if this comes out the way it's expected to?
Right now, how I see our role is education. I know that we're not sure what's coming, but I'm participating. I'm spending a great deal of my time doing this instead of some other things because it is dire.
Yeah.
So I'm spending a great deal of time in local meetings, county meetings, state meetings, federal meetings, so that people that are at least as much in the know as they can be are disseminating this information to us. So taking that information, saying, how is this going to impact potentially our community?
Yeah.
If this, then what?
Right. Right.
So that then I can start to help agencies prepare for those things.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Right.
Because we do have to prepare.
Yes.
But the other thing is, what do communities and agencies want to do then? Once they have the information, do they want to make phone calls? Do they want to write
Right.
letters?
And I think that's the question is like, what can be done at that point? If the shift is going to be as big as it's expected to be, which I believe it will,
yes.
What can be done? And if the answer is, I don't know, because if this is how it's rolled out and HUD has its, essentially autonomy to do that, then what?
It's not too late to make an impact, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And it's not too late to make that impact.
Yeah. Okay. One thing I was made aware of is that in going back to the concept of individual agencies applying directly to HUD, that's actually always been in the application in the NOFO. It was always kind of like hidden in there, almost kind of hard to like, because I read every line of it every year because I'm a nerd, and I remember years ago seeing that and being like, huh. Is that saying what I think it's saying? Because this was long before we partnered with HUD, and we're turning that over again. So we did a 6 or 7 year, 6 year I think program with them. But I remember looking at that and thinking, wait, so there is a way to individually, but it had some loopholes, and it was like, well, if you apply through the collaborative application, and if you feel like you were wrongfully, it was something like that. And now I think there's a possibility that there could be a direct option available without having to kind of go through those loopholes.
And I'll definitely be reading the whole thing when it comes out too.
Right.
Whatever I had planned.
Oh yeah.
Will be put on the back burner.
Right.
Because the clock will start.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So I'm very interested to see what will happen.
Right.
And until then,
just preparing. And making things, shoring things up as much as we can, but continuing to do that educating and encouraging people to participate in their legislative process. That's right. I'll put that for now. It's challenging times, but could positive things come out of it? Absolutely. But I fear that if we don't make noise now, it will be too late. And the other thing for us to think about is, let's say that individual agencies can apply. There's already been a reduction in federal workers. So when the shutdown ends, there won't be staff there to review those.
Right.
Even the collective applications.
Right.
It's going to be hard pressed to get that done. So that's going to be a challenge too. How long is that going to take? And again, agencies just do not have that reserve of funds. To front load. Those dollars.
So change is likely coming. Change is definitely coming. And unless there's some sort of, we've seen these before, backroom deals at the last minute, you never know. You never know. We know change is intended to come, and whether or not it will, I think, with the shutdown now, change is going to come either way, I suppose. It's just a matter of how much and to what end. I guess maybe just to kind of close up here, because I'm at the point where after about 10 minutes I just start. Okay.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yes.
I think that our county does a lot for homeless services, and I enjoy working with all of the agencies and all the teams. One of the things that does concern me about the NOFO, and about even any agency in New York State applying, is that there may be things that our state will not agree to, related to HUD. And it in the past, the NOFO has been a competitive process. So agencies that met the objectives and met the outcomes in a positive way, as far as HUD was concerned, rose to the top and received the funding as a priority. What we may see in this NOFO is that that's not the case. It won't be a competitive process. It will be, will you say yes to all of these things that are required by the administration? And if not, your application isn't even considered because you're in your county or your state that won't agree to these things. So that's the other thing for us to think about. It could be 100% that we lose versus So I just wanted to make sure that people understood that as well.
And there's only so much we can do if for something like this, for like the HUD NOFO, there's comments with HUD rules and there's legislative process, but this largely exists somewhat independently, as do the COCs, so it's a really unique process, that's a little bit different, I think, than some of the other departments and funding streams. And I will be very interested to see what response different communities have when this does come out. Because like you said, and I've often wondered this, like, especially in a place like New York, where New York is going to be not aligned with some of the things that are coming out in this. What then? Is New York able to claim, a state authority, not over federal dollars,
No, and they can't support it. The loss.
Right.
So we will be looking to our community. Faith-based organizations. Neighborhood organizations. To help fill some gaps. Some need. But that's another reason why I'm glad that I live here.
Yeah.
Is that we do care.
We do. We do. Yeah.
Not that others don't.
Right.
I'm just proud to be here.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. I agree. I agree. And I maybe I'm an eternal optimist, or it's just delirium because I haven't slept in 36 hours. But I'm always hopeful that we can overcome whatever challenge is going to come our way, and we do it by working together, and we do it by advocating, and we do it by thinking in new and creative ways. And hey, Nick, so
yeah,
so we'll see. We'll be in touch when it comes out.
Yeah.
We'll both be up at night reading it, so we can.
I'll call you.
Right.
Thank
Right.
you for doing
Thank you
this.
so much, and thank you. I really know the entire community is obviously with the tragic loss of your predecessor.
Connie Sanderson,
yes,
yes.
with Connie, and that of course was incredibly sad and an incredible loss for the community, and now we're in this season now, and I know that the community is responding really, really positively. I know we certainly are to your leadership, and I thank you for taking that on. So I know it's no easy task doing what you're doing.
I love my work,
So
though.
yeah, yes you do, and that's obvious. So thank you, thank you for coming today.
Absolutely.
Right.
Glad to be here. Thank
Thank you.